Hello. Hello. I am back live late at night, night owl hours. We're gonna be playing more Final Fantasy 3. Before I do that, I kind of want to take some time to not fix something, but to add something. It's unrelated to the game itself. It's more just for my streams. Let's see here. All that. Make the background dark. Okay. I'm gonna spam my chat. Test this. Okay. That's, don't mind this. This is for when I wanna do like a bigger chat scene. Okay. Then, oh, that was instant. What the fuck? Okay, cool. It's the face cam. It's the chat. What happens if I do another one? Does it go above or below? Oh, it pushes it. Wait. So that means I don't really need one. I was gonna kind of build like a just chatting stream scene. Oh no, I should. Okay, cool. Hold on. Okay. I want the size of the font to be big. Compared to the old one, let me see. That should be fine. Yeah, it's probably not something I'm gonna use too much currently. It's just so basically I wanted to do like a because I have like a one scene design. I don't do any like multiple scenes or nested scenes sort of thing. So I wanted to basically not be playing a game or like maybe I'm just chilling, the game's in the background. I wanted a way to make the chat bigger and then the camera bigger, so I'm just kind of like chilling as the chat's kind of going up. So it's like, yeah, it's not bad. I'll have to do for now. Slide it to the left, slide it to the right, image like that. That that's a bigger version. Yeah, cool. All right, so that's all I want to do. So like someday in the future, if I'm doing like let's say I'm just chilling and like not really playing a game per se, or I'm like waiting or something, and like maybe it's a moment where I'm chilling, chatting with chat sort of thing, then I'll just disable the other cameras and just have, oh, how would it show up? At least it does show up. So yeah, cool. Something pretty simple to be honest, but I would need to be live to actually check the chat part at least. So okay, so today we're gonna be playing some more Final Fantasy 3, and let's see how much of a dent I can put. And stuff. Oh, that's where community moderation is. Wait, that's kind of. I haven't had to like ban anyone or anything yet. We got some new videos up. Might as well show it. YouTube has done a lot of little minor changes and tweaks as time went on. So I don't know. I like the way my channel and stuff looks like. It looks more cleaner and stuff too. Getting rid of the channel tab is nice. I hope that promotes people to not worry too much about, I guess, algorithm stuff and splitting their channel. But then again, what do I know? Oh yeah, my most viewed video is officially this Donkey Kong video, where like 10K views. It's like it's honestly surprising to me. There's like, you would think there's like some sort of like obvious correlations between like what does well, what doesn't do well, and sometimes it's like time and place, like what's popular, what's being searched for. So I'm playing like all these games that kind of, you know, not relevant nowadays, or just not really being searched for specifically. So it's not like Mario IPs dead or something. It's like people are going to be searching for Super Mario Wonder versus Super Mario Bros. 1 or something. But I'm still going to go ahead and be making those videos or playing through those games or whatever. Not that game specifically, but just all the niche games, all the oldies, retro classics sort of stuff. Favorites, like a lot of franchises I like aren't necessarily the greatest for viewership and stuff, but I like the idea of having you know, everything in like neatly on my channel. So archive, I basically go through and change the playlists themselves, like the videos themselves. The thumbnail game over there is pretty unoptimized. It's just whatever YouTube offers out of the 3 thumbnails. If I were to make thumbnails for each and every single video I make going forward, it would significantly compound the work and honestly slow everything down, which is why I had to kind of make that executive decision and just kind of be like, fuck it, let me just go ham, and then maybe down the line I can worry about thumbnails. But then honestly, the other thing is like, it doesn't really like matter in a lot of ways. I don't think it helps too much for like attracting views per se. So like, yeah, if you see it, you might see the thumbnail and you might click it. More likely to click it, but I'm not really seeing anything that indicates at least that that's like worth the energy, I guess. And since I'm more streamer side of things, I guess it's okay to just kind of let that ship sail, for example. And I can always down the line go back through each and every single game, try to make thumbnails. But the one thing I did try to do is make the thumbnails for this actually be something interesting or noteworthy, and I just decided to go with the title screen for every game. Because at least when you look at it, so it's like Alvi's game archive, you know, it's Apex's title screen, Back 4 Blood, Bayonetta. You could just at glance see the, you know, and then look at the Final Fantasy ones. 1, 2, 3. It's like you get to see all their logos and stuff. Fortnite, the only reason why I don't have one for Fortnite is because I actually have to do a stream and then not delete the stream, which is all the Fortnite streams I've had so far I deleted for one reason or another. That most recent one, I was just trying to be on the safe side because I did have copyright music play when I played it. It might not matter, but like people might not actually action on it, sort of thing, act on it. But like maybe bigger streamers can kind of just not worry too much about it, or like people don't care. But usually if the axe is gonna drop for anyone, it's usually gonna be me. So it's like I gotta be careful. Yeah, so we just kind of went ahead and made the playlist thumbnail for the playlist actually be something, and then I decided to go with the title screen images for the most part. I mean, this one's like the only one I fully tried. This is my only playlist where I tried to create thumbnails. It's like this was like my attempt at trying to, like, you know, I don't think it's necessarily the worst. It could be better, honestly. So it could be way better. It's not. I'm not really abiding by playing by the YouTube meta rules, kind of. Like if you look at YouTube, just any of these videos, like look at how that's a good thumbnail. This one right here. This one could be good. These are good. Like big up in your face sort of thing. And then shorts, you could have thumbnails on shorts too, but for some reason it's disabled for people. Maybe YouTube doesn't want people to focus on that. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, with the way I'm going about doing things, we have 1.2k videos, and honestly, it's not gonna be like these videos are not like what's you call it? They're not like fucking all getting views like that. It's like, no, some of the most random games I have here are not gonna get views. Like nobody's fucking searching Final Fantasy 1. Like what the shit. You know what I mean? Like who gives a fuck about Final Fantasy 1? But it's gonna be nice to have all of them kind of here. Eventually, if I like grow an audience, and then like I totally can see like the super fan types to kind of like go back retroactively, and then you know, look at, oh, this guy played Final Fantasy 2, 3, and then they check it, see how it is, and then maybe they might watch these, they might watch the whole VODs. The VODs actually, my streaming stuff actually kind of does alright compared to this. Like, I don't know who the fuck is watching it, but y'all the real ones. What matters a lot is viewer duration. So even if it's one view, if the person watched the whole 1 minute and 38 seconds, then that's actually better than like 10 views or they only watch fucking 5 seconds. Like, you know what I mean? So it's views themselves are not really indicative of anything. So like whenever I call attention to these views, it's like it's not actually, you know, it's not actually that useful. So like most of these views might be from the shorts, like these shorts here, but shorts, when it comes to trying to reach the tiers for monetization on YouTube, shorts is a separate tracker. So I'm not even trying to compete on the shorts front right now. Because it's like you need like 3 mil views for shorts in the past, like, I don't know, like 90 days or something, versus 3,000 hours watch time over the past 365 days. And right now for that, I'm actually almost at the 1,000 hour mark out of 3,000. And I imagine my streams and stuff, if I can get people to just watch the streams per se, that would probably be a good bulk of the watch hours and stuff. So I don't know. If you like what I'm trying to do, you like what I'm about. I'm not really going anywhere unless fucking get banned or some shit, or like I die. But I'm gonna keep on going. I'm gonna keep going through these games, cataloging the journey, sort of thing along the way, and then eventually I'm gonna start reaching, I'm gonna reach the multiplayer games, shooting games. That's probably where I'm gonna shine the most. I'm also gonna catch up to my backlog and basically be playing new releases and stuff. So maybe that would have like better metrics, performance, and all that. But yeah, it's just gonna keep on trucking. Okay. We have all these other files here. Quick save, auto saves, and we're gonna put this. Wait, which one? 20. They're all the same. Okay. We're gonna pull up this guide. I've been streaming like 2 days. I don't know. I was busy rendering the videos and stuff for one of them. Oh, everyone's happy now. We saved them. Oh, it's a cutscene. Well done. I knew you could pull it off. Bet you're glad you had my share airship, huh? I'm just happy it was used for a good cause. Mind if I ask another favor? Can you get me back to the missus in Cannon? Please, she's been waiting a mighty long time. Also join my team. Oh yeah, I didn't activate the fucking camera stuff. Whoops. Hello. Okay. So I'm just double checking. Why am I yawning now? I like slept so much. Wait, they're connected, but you can't go between them. That's kind of weird. Probably gonna find some in the cave. Been thinking about that boulder that's blocking the way to cannon. I reckon if my airship had a mithril prow, we could bust through. Say no more. I'll get one ready for you in a jiffy. That just dipped. Look at that. Well, that was fucking fast. All done. No need to thank me. You saved the town after all. This is to show our appreciation. Now, take care out there. Taka affixed a mithril prow to the airship. Well, as far as you can, take 2 steps from the left-hand side. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Are inns free? Like, what's going on here? Yeah, you can rest for free. Oh. Oh, I just bought one. Oh man, whatever. At least I can hold 2. How you do me like that, bro? Dang. Let's go trying to get a nut. Oh man. Oh, it's gonna ram into it. That's kind of ridiculous, but whatever. It's a fantasy world. Wait, the airship's gone? Dang. They gave me like an enclosed off space for an airship. Why the fuck is Sid still with me, man? Fucking useless, bro. Thanks for all your help. If there's anything I do for you, let me know. Come to think of it, if I could put together another airship, I bet you could put it through its paces. But we'll need to make a few design improvements, and no one knows more about that stuff than King Argus. You should go see him. Anyway, thanks again. Come back to visit anytime. Alright, Sid. Why am I yawning? I slept so much already. So, a hidden passage. Oh, there's an item over there, that's for sure. Yes. Some shops. Want to see me dance? Sure. I'm probably gonna get like thunder or something naturally. Wait. Oh, Dash. You travel south to Dragon's Peak with the Dragon's Roost. I miss you so. Cool. That's walled off, so secret passage should be here. There you go. Oh, the guide showed. Oh yeah, it did. Got a 3. Oh, is it the waterfall damaging me? Wait. Oh, Miss Sid. Oh, you give her the elixir I just got. Okay. Looks like I owe you one again. Does that mean I owe you two? Give this candle behind me a jiggle. It'll open the way to the hangar where I used to park the old airship. Help yourselves to anything you find out there. Me like secrets. Yeah, as the games go on, Square gets more creative and starts putting all these secrets and shit. Fine. It's everything for this town. Okay, we're going to that mountain. This map is pretty different from the other 2 games I played. This one's, I think it's floating in the sky. That's what it seems like. Oh, cool. Just perched at the top. I should go heal. What's cool, the dragon's just chilling there now. Who's that, Bahamut? Be pretty early. We're getting airships early. We're getting Bahamut early, potentially. Like, what the heck is that? No, it's probably not Bahamut. That don't look like Bahamut. Some fake ass dragon. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Oh yeah. Probably need a compressor. Woo! 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 Whatever. Woo! This is weird. Like, you don't normally see something like this in Final Fantasy. Oh. Oh, don't kill me. Whoa, how the heck did you guys get up here? Wait, don't tell me. You got captured by the dragon too, didn't you? Ha! Losers. That's rich coming from the dragon's next meal. Touche, I guess you're right. Ahahaha, my name is Desh. I'm Lunith. Oh, okay, so at least we know Lunith's talking. Maybe Lunith's usually the first one to speak or the majority of the time speaking. Gotta be upfront with y'all. I've got amnesia. Can't remember a thing except my own name. I know that I came up here for a reason. I just don't remember what it is. Okay, you're helpless. Uh-oh, the dragon's back. Hide. A dragon attacks from the sky. We don't stand a chance to get it. We gotta run. Run! Run for your lives! Oh, it is Bahamut. What the fuck? Okay. That's weird. This Final Fantasy 3 already kind of like deviating a lot. You got an airship and then broke down right off the hop towards the beginning of the game. It's just self-contained, can't fly over mountains, and now we're just encountering Bahamut. Wait. Oh, it says that we. The heals can hit you in it, so whatever. Yeah, I figured we're not gonna fight and beat Bahamut, right? Here, you can have this. It's a spell called Mini. I don't think I've got the magic know-how to use it anyways. In exchange, mind if I tag along on your journey? Sure, if that's what you want to do. Good, then it's settled. Glad to know you all. Yeah, this game we're not going to have guest party members in that sense where they're going to be fighting with me because we have 4 people already. They kind of mixed Final Fantasy 1 and 2 in a lot of ways. This has more character dialogue, more stories seemingly going on. So yeah, cool. We can jump down. Geronimo! Oh, we start here. Oh, and he follows me on the world map. That's cool. And I can talk to him like it's Pokemon Yellow or something. Looks like you all know what you're doing. I think I'll come along. Sure, buddy. So is it a tropical forest? Oh no, something else. I'm a gnome from the Tozu's forest to the south, here to draw water from this magical wellspring. You're welcome to pay us a visit, but you'll need to cast Mini on yourselves first. We can't have big folks smashing the place up. It's like Minish Cap. Train a bit. I'll probably stream. I don't know how long, but maybe not too long. It depends. That's fine. I got some time streaming. I finished uploading most of the videos. I only have like a couple of shorts. I didn't create too much of a backlog. Honestly, these games are not gonna beat themselves. Like, we have so much games in front of us that, like, you look at the video count I currently have, it's gonna be nothing. But I like the idea of just having. I'm gonna be one of those YouTube channels that just has like all this high quality gameplays, 1440p and shit. And then if I get a better computer someday, I could crank it up even more. Because on OBS, I'm not actually using the best possible quality settings. It's balanced for a lot of things. Even bitrate, I can crank up my bitrate if I want to. My internet speed can definitely handle it. So much different things are going on for this Final Fantasy. And like, I know it's not a sequel, but it is their third entry, so it makes sense that they would deviate in a lot of ways. Like the job system, they took the fact that you have 4 avatar characters that you can name from Final Fantasy 1, but they took the more like character dialogue story stuff from number 2. But it's kind of a mix, because it's not like there wasn't scenes in Final Fantasy 1 where you know, characters are talking to you. The warriors don't really talk that much, but in this game the group collectively talks, and it seems like it's usually Lyneth. Oh. Wait, so... Oh, right. I was about to say, I don't have enough MP for all of them. And we fucked up, because it made the guy unmini. Alright, so I should be able to get it now. Don't fight. So weird. This is already a different mechanic. I don't really think you'll see this in... Do you see this in Final Fantasy 4? I don't think it shows up in 4. Or 5. Or... Maybe this is the only time you see this. Huh. Saw these tiny houses. Oh, what the heck? Oh, nice. Oh, nice. They're all like on the shelf. Here you go. I'll tell you about a shortcut to Morocco Basin. Just take the stairs over here. They'll lead straight to the secret tunnel. Oh, okay. Hold on, I didn't even explore anywhere else. If you shrink yourself with the mini spell, your defense falls to 1. Probably best if you fall back during battles. You're blessed with the crystal's power, right? This would be easier with 3 black mages in the party, if you ask me. 3? Why not 4? Oh, probably one's a white mage. Are these shops? Oh yeah, they are. I mean, it's giving me advice that I probably should take. Because if their defense is 1, frontline battling is probably not good. Oh, you can enter from the back like that? You smell funny. Oh, okay, you can enter from anywhere. That's weird. Probably not enough fucking tiles, so that one tile is the fucking door tile. Those were tiny, right? Displays a detailed map. How detailed are we talking? This is probably useful if you don't know where to go next. Or you can see the possible locations to go. Because there's probably some side stuff. I don't know when Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6 should have side stuff, but I'm talking about like optional dungeons and stuff. The first 2 games didn't really have too many things that are like optional. Oh, it says right here in the guide, since there's only a mini dungeon incoming, you might want to turn all your party members into mages and put them in the back row. Okay, cool. I'll take the advice of both the game and the guy to saying it. Kind of weird though, but whatever. Well, the leveling is fast. Yeah, I don't feel so bad if job levels are that high already. We don't have magic, do we? Kira. There's a magic shop. I mean, no time like the present to teach people magic spells. I don't know if it matters too much, but whatever. You can always forget the spell if we don't need it, but... Is there a cure spell? Oops. Oh, the music's different. Oh no, we're gonna do nothing. Oh, you're killing us with magic, dude. Oh man, I didn't heal, did I? Yeah, I need to rest. Made a mistake. Was their MP was at 0? What kind of rest? Great. Here. 80 gil, yeah, that's good. Cool. Oh, no treasures. Okay, cool. Does splitting the spell? Oh no, it doesn't. See, what the hell, man? The damage. Okay, it does. So if you split the targets, it is less damage. But even the less damage is still more damage than some of the magic spells damage I was doing in Final Fantasy 2. Final Fantasy 2, they really want you to level up the spells, which is just honestly, there's just a lot of grind promotion. They really want you to just grind in that game. The encounter rate, all that stuff in Final Fantasy 2 is just kind of like promoting the most bullshit. Wait, that's it? Okay, there's a chance I might need to do something like this again, so just because it's short doesn't mean shit. Warrior. Monk. Oh. Oh, oh, at least it highlights the route. I don't even think the original had that. So it probably just made you guess by just walking through. Yeah. Sea Dragon. Enterprise is a boat. I need to rest my eyes. What can I do for you? Oh, okay. Oh, we're up here. I go on a boat? Oh yeah, what the fuck? Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, the Sea Dragon? Okay, yeah, the Sea Dragon's gonna block me if I go. What was that for? Alright, cool, that's fun. Everyone who sails along the coast gets attacked by the Sea Dragon. It must be the legendary Neptune Dragon from the temple. Okay. I've tried everything, but I just can't win against that Sea Dragon. If you get rid of that monster, I'll give you anything. I'd even give you the Enterprise. You got a deal? Sounds good to me. I mean, I just took the boat. Do I really need... Ooh. Thundera, Firera, Blizzera. Oh, that's nice. Ingus. 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 Nice. I wasn't hiding. No, I was just waiting for Pops, that's all. Sure as you're born, I'm the oldest Viking here. I know more than most about the Neptune Dragon. That vicious beast is meant to sleep in its temple for eternity. But ever since the great earthquake, something's roused the dragon from its slumber. Now it ravages any ship that sails the seas. Interesting. Oh, this is telling me about a bestiary tree that's missable, but I already got all of the bestiary trees. Oh, the next dungeon is a mini dungeon. Okay, so we'll just switch back. Or wait. Let me do that first. Works for me. $60k HP. Fuck that. Pretty sure I can't beat this. So far, there's like a bunch of this and Bahamut I already plugged from. So, ooh, yeah, 322. Oh wait. Okay, so I can't even leave. Wait, even if I cut across, let's go back. Out of the way. Well, we do have a KO problem. Only 3 Phoenix sounds and no life spell, so where my party's potentially gonna get their ass whooped if I'm not too careful. I heard this one's original version was like really hard. It was like maybe that was the reason why they never brought it over. I think I heard something like that. Okay, if I do have to do the mini spell, I need them to change again because they lost their MP. I was wondering why they told me to do all that shit, and then that cave I went through was like one room. I'm like, surely they're gonna make me go through another dungeon. Oh yeah. Cool. They share separate MPs, so that's good. What an interesting gimmick for a dungeon. Gotta be careful not to save over my old files. It's a statue of the Nephilim dragon, but one of its eyes is missing. There seems to be a tiny passageway where the eye used to be. Maybe we can fit if we use the mini spell. Yeah. So I like that even so it's usage. That's why you don't have an MP bar. Like I mean you do have it. So they took Final Fantasy II's MP system is how the rest of the franchise ends up doing it, where spells have a cost and then you have a total MP and then it just takes away from it. But this one's copying FF1 where you have 8 level tiers, and then each tier you have a certain amount of usage. So the first one, every fire usage is 1. But I think it's different from Final Fantasy 1, because in Final Fantasy 1, if you... Oh no, that was number 2, I think. Well, basically, if I single target or multi-target, it still uses 1 MP, I think. Which wasn't the case in... Oh, both. Yeah, both 1 and 2. If you multi-target, it uses more. So, if the spell's higher level in Final Fantasy 2, so it's not using just 1 MP, and you multi-target, I think it uses whatever times 4. It might not be like that. And then Final Fantasy 1 was similar too. I recall not having one usage being used when I multi-targeted. I don't know. It's funny, I just played those games and I can't even remember. That's what happens when you play so much fucking games and it doesn't really matter. My brain kind of just intuitively prioritizes information. Like, it knows what's worth remembering and not really worth remembering. If I remember it just for shits and giggles, that's one thing. But... oh, we'll see right now. Should only use 1 MP. Or 1 usage. Yeah, it did. Okay, we're all back lane. Let's head in. I like how the music changes. We're tiny. Cool. Our MP's like limited, so left wall. Probably wrong job or something. Serpent sword. Oh yeah, that's definitely. Oh, pretty short dungeon. Thank you. I was about to say, it's like, how long do you think my MP's gonna last me? I'll tell you, not long. Okay, so just to be on the safe side, we're gonna quick save. I mean, we're all magic users, and we're all back lane. And only one of them's really good at black magic, so how hard can this boss really be? Like, I don't think they expect us to. It's more just to. It's kind of a gimmick. Just a handicap for no reason. A giant rat. No, no gem for you. I'll nibble anyone who tries to take it. Squeak. Yeah, see, we're tiny, so this is a threat. But if we weren't tiny, it wouldn't be a threat. Alright? Here, we'll just use thunder. Thunder. Use we'll use Blizzara. And you could just sit there and look deeper, I guess. Or just attack them. Oh, 127. Whoa, you're pretty strong. The heck? So far, we're finally in a Final Fantasy where we like music. The boss music in Final Fantasy 2 was so ass cheeks. Oh, I only had 1 usage for level 3. Unfortunate. Here, let me use one of these items since I never end up using them. I mean, the rat can't do much damage either, so. Oh, actually, 85. Yikes. Okay. We should probably have someone heal. The healer, of course. Holy, how much HP do you have? Oh, 1,000. 1,050. Alright, whatever. Well, we beat a giant rat. It's only this rat was only a threat because I was forced to be tiny. Stupid game. Obtain the Neptune Eye. Okay. And I guess we dip. Okay, we have all chests of these. I don't mind that these dungeons are on the shorter side. Get me out of here. Not too hard. Now to return the Neptune Dragon's Eye to its rightful place. It is I, Neptune, the Sea Dragon. I thank you for returning my— You were alive, bro! You went in your eye socket for a dungeon, bro. It is no ordinary gem. It is the vessel for my soul. Without it, my physical manifestation cannot be controlled. By way of thanks, I bequeath to you the Fang of Water. Use its power to destroy those obstacles that may block your path. Fang of Water from Neptune Dragon. Alright. Kind of weird, but whatever. Water has lost that which once shimmered within. That which caused the great earthquake also trapped the light of the elements deep within the earth. Okay. I beseech you, please restore our light. The Neptune Dragon resumed its slumber. Alright. Oh, I did not mean to go back in. Oh, we are out. Unshrink. Oh, we don't have... Fuck. Okay. Gotta get back. We're stuck as being kind. Gotta rest cap my MP, unshrink them, and move on with life. Okay, I think we're not gonna have to do that again. Or at least not for a while. I'll remain impressed. So brave, so strong. You lot are bona fide heroes. Oh, Viking's word is his bond. Enterprise is yours. Cool. The bee's knees. That's just for fun and show. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, move them back to the front. It's asking me to hunt these here entries. All the bestiary entries will become obtainable after some point. Blah blah blah. Oh, we didn't fight no stupid sea dragon. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna follow the guide a bit more. Try to see this shit. The mage who changed the elder tree into a wandering creature can change his weakness. One who can see through his deception may be able to defeat him. Say that again. The mage who changed the elder tree into a wandering creature can change his weakness. Oh, is this going to be some sort of boss? Okay, interesting. These woods are alive. The elder tree of these woods was cursed and carved into the shape of a monstrous castle. Now it wanders the desert aimlessly. That sounds pretty interesting. It's a moving castle. I hear the cries of the woods. They weep for the elder tree that has made these woods its home for 10,000 years. But that great tree was cursed by a despicable mage and left the woods behind. Cain, the royal advisor of Castle Argus, is the one who cursed the elder tree to wander to the land. Oh, he's the mage? Okay. Without the elder tree, these woods will soon perish. Our home, our friends, the tree would wither away. Here are the fairies who inhabit these woods. Have you heard of Hain? He uses the barrier shift spell to change his weakness. Alright, this is definitely gonna be a boss. Trying to give me advice and shit. I would probably clue in though without needing that. Okay. A bit more open-ended where I can go. Oh yeah, that's cool. It's like the floating tree castle. Okay. I was just curious. North. Oh, how long did I stream? I might end stream soon. I'm gonna try to get back on a proper schedule, so trying to play the night is probably not the greatest idea. Oh, this, okay. Hold on. Wait, is there random battles? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, he probably dipped or something. I don't know. This is the cat. This is the place they said he was. The royal advisor or whatever. telling me to go west to find a cave. Pretty open-ended now. There's so many different places I can go. I don't know if I can progress any of them. It's probably a specific place I have to go, but... Oh, that blocks me in the north there. Okay. I just want to add it to my map. I'm gonna go west. Is that for like gospel greens or something? Oh, too bad. Oh yeah, this show was kind of useless. Alright. Oh look! What the heck? It's like it was that Leviathan. Just a guess. Because at this point, since summons are gonna be in this game, I'm assuming this is where all the iconic ones start to show up. That could be Leviathan, or it reminds me of the Midgar Zalem Serpent in Final Fantasy VII. I like overworld bosses and stuff. So that's cool. This is Golgan Gulch. You should know that we Golgans are born sightless. However, we make up for our lack of vision with the sixth sense. Some of our kind can even see the future. We serve the Wind Crystal, a source of light, and that whose power has been bestowed upon you. Henceforth, you must go to the crystals of fire, water, and earth. They will grant you greater powers than you already possess, which means more jobs. The great earthquake was only the beginning. The tremors tore the land asunder. The crystals, sources of the world's light, were swallowed into the depths as monsters emerged from the chasms now scarring the earth. Yet that was nothing compared to the catastrophe to come. I see a future of both light and darkness, but this is by no means set in stone. The living woods, the sentient forest calls to you. Yeah, we know. I see a future of both. Oh yeah, same dialogue. You stay sequestered away in this gulch, for those who know the future should not dare to influence fate, not dare to influence it. When crimson flames threaten the tower's destruction, he who alters fate's course will awaken to his destiny. Okay. I sense the fire crystal's power is centered on the island of the dwarves. Okay. Good to know. The earth's power sealed away the other three sources of light. The earth crystal may have been sealed in a similar fashion. I have been expecting you. Take this spell and use it to enter the Tower of Omen to the Owen to the north. Your destiny awaits you there, Desh. Desh. He knows Desh? He knows Desh? Probably asked him what the fuck. No. Something's telling me I gotta go to the Tower of Owen. I mean, he told you. Oh, he's saying it right here. If the guy is right about me, my destiny is waiting for me there. Well, at least he commented on it. That's nice. I thought there'd be a cutscene though. Cool. Alright. Oh, okay, cool. That's everything here. Okay. It's time to go to Tower Omen next. Okay, we're gonna call it actually. I'm gonna probably try to get some sleep, fix my schedule essentially, and then I'll on tomorrow and at least go rest in the game first, or rest and then go to Tower Hall. Oh, I can make it back. I didn't really think about it. Back here and I can go rest. Sleep tight. The next dungeon, I don't know what to expect, but I'm gonna be using that toad spell apparently, so. Here's hoping I don't have to play through the whole dungeon like that though. Okay. That is all for today, folks. For tonight. We'll probably be back tomorrow. I say probably, even though I just said earlier we'll be back tomorrow, but no guarantees. It just depends on how I feel. But yeah. Look forward to more Final Fantasy 3. Look forward to the future endeavors of mine on this channel. We're gonna get some rest, get some sleep, try to fix my schedule and all that jazz. Relatively short stream. We did an hour and a half, but it's all good. I didn't really wanna. I don't think I want to push it through the fucking AM and just ruin my schedule like that. So yeah. Before I go, shout out to my subscribers. Yada yada yada. And I'll see y'all next time. I've uploaded a bunch of new videos. That's from my recent playthroughs of Hyrule Warriors, Age of Calamity, and Final Fantasies 1 and 2. I still have some stuff left, like shorts and stuff, but that wouldn't take too long to actually, you know, make the shorts and stuff and upload it. And aside from that, we're gonna try to just be more gaming focused and just kind of do a bunch more playthroughs of all sorts of games and just keep adding to the catalog. And then eventually, somewhere along the way, we'll probably consider opening up to other types of videos. By that I mean like maybe videos talking about the news in the industry or any sort of drama or controversy, whatever. I don't want to really like force myself to just kind of try to talk about everything. I want to like talk about something that one, it interests me. Two, I have some sort of input that's going to be noteworthy of some sort, or at least like entertaining and or maybe even informative. And then stuff like reviews. I'm not too eager on the reviews. The more I do this, to be honest with you, it'll just have to come down the line. I could see myself retroactively going back and playing, not playing. I could see myself retroactively going back and reviewing all the games I completed. I already do written reviews on the playlist descriptions. If you are interested, you can check those out. Uh, I'm a bit behind in that the three games I beat recently. I haven't even done any of the scoring or the reviewing or anything, but that'll just come with time. I have to kind of be in the mood to kind of want to sit down and type that shit out. But yeah, eventually, eventually, once we start actually catching up to the backlog and having less and less games to play, I'll start incorporating multiplayer stuff, games as a service stuff. I could see myself playing Valorant, Rainbow Six Siege, Escape from Tarkov, maybe like anything. I have like so much stuff, and then fighting games, fighting game era is definitely a thing. I don't want to neglect that fight stick I have. I do want to see it get put to use. I'm probably not the greatest at fighting games, so that's going to be a bit more going to require a little bit work on my part. But shooting games, I kind of just autopilot, and I seem to have pretty good performance, or like performance that I'm happy with, and just it's more just about finding what I'm actually doing enjoyable and stuff. So if I do end up playing games like Rainbow or Valorant, it's not necessarily going to be like super sweaty, competitive, try hard type of thing. That it has to like irk me, like mood wise, and then also has to the game itself also have to like compel me to actually want to take it serious. That's on multiple fronts. So if like the person, if not the person, if the game is just kind of like more casual side, like some COD stuff, I don't really play COD in that kind of way. I just kind of play it, maybe go for camos, maybe try to get a nuke if there's a nuke, maybe just level up, try all the guns, max out the guns, that sort of thing. And then in the process, clips will happen and all that. But there's no real objective aside from that. And then a game like Rainbow, since there's like a lot of cheating stuff going on in Siege, it might just and it might just be me playing it because it's like literally one of my favorite shooters, if not the most favorite shooter of mine. So I could just see myself playing that, and then rank chasing is not really it'll like come with the territory. But if it gets really bad, I probably just disregard it and just keep moving on to whatever other games I have. Valorant is probably the only game I could see myself trying to go for a higher rank, and like that's just because I want the challenge to competition, and then it's like proper integrity. The cheating and stuff is covered for the most part. At least better than other games that I'm seeing. So we could be doing that, and then also as I do the Final Fantasies, I'm eventually gonna hit Final Fantasy 11 and Final Fantasy 14. Now 11, I'm not sure about, but I do kind of play with the idea of actually trying to play Final Fantasy 11. It would require paying monthly subscription and whatnot, but what I'll probably do the same way I do for Final Fantasy 11, Final Fantasy 14 is I'll pay for 1 month, and then in that 1 month I'll go ham, and then if I, when the month's up, I'll decide if I want to try to go for another month. If not, detour to other games and stuff. And Final Fantasy 14, I've already done the same thing for Final Fantasy 14, but eventually when I do go there, I'll probably pay for a month and then maybe do New Game Plus. You play Endwalker, try to catch up to the latest stuff, so I'm ready for the new expansion, and then just whatever else I could see in Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14 has a lot of stuff I could potentially do, which is it's pretty cool because there's so much bosses, so much side content. It's an MMO, right? So there's just crazy, crazy amounts of content that I could potentially tackle. That and then the fact that you can replay stuff with New Game Plus, I do see myself trying to go through the story again and try to capture all the cutscenes and all the story bits and stuff. I think it'd be nice. I don't really know if there's other channels on YouTube that has gotten around to like trying to like organize everything and have it in one place. I know there's a lot of people that are interested in Final Fantasy 14, but they don't really want to have to slog through the shitty A Realm Reborn, the vanilla base game. So it's like they've done a lot of things to kind of try to make it better, quality of life. They try to change the quests, condense the quests, that sort of stuff, or just outright delete shit, I think. But with New Game Plus, if I could just go through the story beats and stuff, I could potentially create a series of videos where you could just watch that and kind of not really have to miss out. And then what you would want to do is after watching those, you can pay. They have a skips. You can pay for skips, and you can like skip that, and then maybe like the other expansions. But I wouldn't really recommend skipping the expansions. It's really just A Realm Reborn that people kind of have hang-ups over because it's a bit of a slog. It's mediocre, to be honest with you. Even towards the end, like it's all right. It's not, as far as Final Fantasy games go, it's not really like, you know, but it's the expansions where they start to like ramp things up and the quality and the storytelling and stuff goes up. So, with the new game plus, which I don't really know exactly how it's gonna play out, like structured and stuff, but I did look at the menu and the UI. It looked pretty nice, quick and to the point. But we can probably do that. And then what else? Yeah, there's always games coming out around the corner. There's all these like indie games, all these Steam games. So it's like pretty much not really gonna, like, that's the thing. It's like there's other YouTube channels where like it's focused on gaming, but it might be like reviewing gaming peripherals, reviewing the games themselves. Like, think of like IGN, GameSpot, that sort of stuff. But there could be channels where it's like very focused on a specific series or a genre. So there's like RPG channels. There's channels that are like very focused on Final Fantasy content or like Pokemon content. There's like Pokemon YouTube channels, and then like um, there's all sorts of approaches and ways and preferences people have when it comes to their own stuff. I'm really truly a variety gamer, like variety with a capital V. Like, I don't really think a lot of people have played that much games compared to me. Like your average gamer probably just, like they maybe try a couple of things, but they stick with certain stuff, especially the multiplayer gaming side of thing. There's like people dabble with like one, two, or three games, and then they stick with, like, they pour a lot of hours in like a couple. And it's like I'm not against doing that either, but I if I wasn't streaming or doing a YouTube channel, I would be just playing all sorts of games. I'd be playing a bit of Rainbow, and then I'll jump to like the latest releases, all the latest releases that like, not all, but like more than 80%, I would say. Like, we're talking like AAA games though, not like literally every game, because obviously I'm not, like, that's not really possible. Especially now we're talking Steam. But I'm talking about like high profile releases and stuff. There's so much games that I haven't really played. I'm really behind on 2023's releases, so even though the Game Awards is just around the corner, all the Game of the Year nominees I haven't even played. So Alan Wake 2. If I wanted to play Alan Wake 2, I'd go back to Alan Wake 1. I'd go back and play Control. I've never played and beat Alan Wake, but I have 100% in Control. But I will basically go back to those games and then kind of set, like, lead up to Alan Wake 2. But the way I'm kind of going about is like it was originally like a pretty daunting concept because it's just a shit ton of, like, it's literally like replaying every single game I've ever played up until this point. Yeah, pretty much. And then it's like, on one front it's time consuming, on another front it's not the greatest idea for uh like, it's not the most efficient. It's not that it's a bad idea, but it's not the most efficient when it comes to YouTube performance metrics and growing your channel and growing your audience or whatever. But I noticed that, like, if I were to build an audience, so like when I look at other YouTubers, it's like if they build an audience at that point, it's really doesn't matter what they kind of play. They can kind of go back and play other games, and like those things will get views. So retroactively, I do see a lot of these things getting getting the love they deserve and stuff down the line. So I don't really mind just kind of doing everything initially, and just, down the line people kind of go back, click through it, and appreciate it. But yeah, that's all I really have to say. There's so much to be done, even just through playing games, just that itself. It's not like I'm making tutorials or like a trophy guide or like achievements and stuff, or like a completionist guide, or like, oh, here's the location of all the collectibles. It's like, if I were to do that for each and every single game I'm going through, it's infinite. Just, it'll take too long. It's not feasible, and it's also not really worth the effort, in my opinion. Like, for me, personally. But the way I'm going about it, a lot of people might not see this as worth the effort, but this is kind of like, it aligns with my kind of gaming. Just like, I actually do like revisiting a lot of these games. I do like playing through them. Sometimes I like 100%ing them. Sometimes I don't. Uh, just ever since I built the PC and stuff, I haven't really mind. I didn't really mind like the idea of revisiting a lot of these games because it really like you know, I get to really put this PC to work. And just yeah, it's just a matter of energy and just willpower and willingness to actually do it, and making all the recording and creating like a system slash pipeline where I can actually get these up. As far as that though, it's like I do want to dabble in other kinds of content also related to gaming, but it's not like my channel's going to be focused specifically on that. Like you have YouTube channels where like 90+% of the person's content is reacting to other people's content. You have YouTube channels where a large part of the time they're doing overviews of stuff or tutorial type of stuff. It's like I can see myself doing those, but it's just gonna be in the grand scheme of things kind of like detours, and I wouldn't really be able to build a following. uh it's not that I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be willing to build a following purely off reviews, purely off tutorials, purely off how to, purely off trophy type of like completionist type of stuff. And then in this case, I'm trying to do playthroughs of games in the context of like streaming and stuff too. And since Twitch has kind of like been the place to go to for doing that, but it doesn't have like the archiving capabilities that YouTube does, I figured I'd try my shot over at YouTube while things are in its infancy, as YouTube has dominated the video on demand market. They're competing really well on the short side of things, and then they're starting to kind of compete on the live stream side of things. uh that's kind of where my focus is, where it's like I want to try to do what people were doing on Twitch, but with the advantages of YouTube's infrastructure, the way their channels are, the archiving, all that stuff, and just kind of build like a bit of a portfolio and stuff. Like I know a lot of people, they fire on all cylinders. They like, because if you're on Twitch, you'd want to have a YouTube, you'd want to have an Instagram, a TikTok, a Twitter, because discovery on Twitter, no, sorry, discovery on Twitch isn't really there. It's kind of non-existent for the most part. And what do I know? They might end up changing stuff and adding stuff, and my knowledge of that will be out of date to an extent. I try to keep up, but at this point, that was only really me doing preliminary research and stuff because I was trying to decide what I wanted to do. But now that I've decided on YouTube and all that, it was really easy for me to kind of just focus all in on this one platform. And the more intimate knowledge I get of this platform, the more I see what other people are doing, I kind of feel like this is the right move for me specifically. Um, it helps a lot that like I'm not diverting my focus to other platforms anymore, because out of all the platforms I like try to dabble with, uh, TikTok is nice for discovery, and then YouTube's nice for discovery. Twitter to a lesser extent, and then Instagram to a lesser extent, and then Twitch is non-existent. The only real way I can see Twitch working is if I like network like a motherfucker, and that's like not even really, that like puts me in a realm of like superficiality that I don't really like, to be honest with you. I'm one of those people that like tries to do everything on his own and tries to fucking like figure everything out on his own, and I don't really like. I don't care about like. I don't like the idea of like you scratch my back, I scratch yours. It's like no, I should be able to do it myself. The system and the platform in in this case, if I optimize around it and I try a lot and I'm consistent and like that should be enough for me to grow for the most part. And so far so good. I actually uh I didn't really think I'd be able to like get the views based on what I have done. To be fair, a large bulk of my views are from like popular games and stuff, but still, it kind of works out because all it really takes is someone to click the channel and just like see what else I'm doing, and then they're gonna. Initially, you would see only a couple of games, like 10 games or whatever. But imagine once I hit like 50 plus, like you know what I mean, like, and imagine when I organize it, where it's like when you see my Final Fantasy thing, like, look, I'm like going on tangents about other shit, but uh, Yeah. Whenever I flesh it out like this, you'll see this will be Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 3 remake, 4, 4 remake, 5, 6, 7, Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster, whenever that comes out, 8, 9, 10, Final Fantasy 11 potentially, 12, 13 Part 1, 13 Part 2, 13 Part 3, 14, 15, 16 when it comes out on PC, 7 remake, 7 Crisis Core, 7 7 remake Rebirth, like Rebirth Part 2, and then eventually Part 3 when it comes out on PC or whatever, or maybe I'll get a PS5, I don't know. Then stuff like Final Fantasy Type 0. Oh, I forgot Final Fantasy 4 After Years stuff. I don't know if I have access to that. Just, the list goes on. And then World of Final Fantasy, whatever the fuck, like the Final Fantasy shelf. I'm down to do it, bro. I'll fucking 2 shelves I'm gonna have. It's gonna be Final Fantasy and then Legend of Heroes. I'm gonna have the entire Legend of Heroes, fucking, and then like maybe for certain franchises that I'm more interested in, I might deviate and like, I like not just reviews and stuff, but like maybe like a I was thinking of Legend of Heroes. Like some people really want to get into that franchise. It's like maybe I'll do um like a summary kind of video, or I'll do like a breakdown on the timeline. Or if that's like too much work for me, like on the video editing type of side of things and the scripting and shit, there is also the possibility that I could literally react or watch someone else's video where they do that and stuff, and then that's like essentially like, I don't know. If I basically have the ability to collaborate too, that's another thing. And then if I have the ability, like if I can get their permission, that'd be even better. That'd make me feel a little bit better about trying to like react to other people's shit. And ultimately, if I build an audience and I can redirect people to those people, to those channels, everything that would be like the whole "you scratch my back, I scratch yours" type of thing. But I don't really agree with trying to hinge your entire strategy on that. Honestly, that doesn't really get most people far. If I were to think hard about it, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. You ultimately do want to offer uh, your own value, your own sort of, you want to basically show people or give people a reason why to even focus on watching you, as opposed to just going to all the shit that you're referring to and reacting to and whatnot. But it's hard to kind of, it's easy for me to say, but it's hard for me to actually like visualize what it will ultimately look like. It's just gonna boil down to when I run out of stuff to do currently. Like I already dabbled in tier lists. I did some unboxing, so at least I have a full like idea. Like I have way more tier lists I can keep doing, but I just kind of left it as is for now. And then unboxings, that required me to kind of think about how I would do my unboxings, and these 2 videos gave me a good idea of like how I would do it, including that third camera where I'm like wrapping around my neck and like trying to do it's like basically most unboxings you'll see is pre-recorded, right? It's pre-recorded, and it's not to say mine isn't pre-recorded. It's just the way I did the unboxing. It's kind of it's one take, right? That's the way to put it. It's like basically it's in the confines of my live streams, whereas other people's thing is they'll record off stream or offline or whatever because they don't even stream, and then they'll just do heavy edits like J cuts here, J cuts there. So like they'll be talking and like at the end of every sentence it'll cut to something else. It'll cut, like imagine how much different takes and then how much stitching together they had to do to make it flow coherently. Meanwhile, I'm just kind of winging it, like essentially. I don't like speaking off scripts. I don't really like uh limiting how I communicate, and I also don't like trying to condense what I say in a given period of time and then basically just kind of go with that. I'm the type to kind of speak freely, I articulate freely, and just kind of go on tangents. And then in my head, I keep track of what I covered and didn't cover. And as long as it's not too wordy, and even then, I risk being wordy and stuff. But I know there's demographics that like would be fine with that. Like there's people that don't mind. It just depends on how you speak and if you are compelling and like how you go about telling. I'm kind of like a I wouldn't really describe myself as a real storyteller, but I think about that when I speak, where it's like I try to create and craft like a story or I try to make it flow in a certain kind of way. But when you look at these unboxings, so I didn't live stream them, but I did them in one take. You know what I mean? This is so it, it's not like I recorded it and then I was reading a script or I recorded footage and then the microphone audio, like the dialogue, is separate from the video. It's like no, it's me doing my OBS streaming thing and trying to just do it all in one go, like live, like not live, but like in real time. That's the better word to use. It's like me trying to do it in real time, and that's because basically it's streaming shorts, videos, and then streaming is like the main like it's like the housing. You know what I mean? And like I don't have the same know-how or skill set as probably most really successful YouTubers where it's all pre-recorded videos. It's like editor stuff. It's people with really, really good video editing skills where they like, craft something. They do all the footage and then they just kind of stitch it all together like the cutting board, cutting table type of thing. Whereas I'm doing it in the context of trying to do it real time. It's possible that I can review things live, like in real time, and then record it alongside doing it real time, and then it'll just end up on my channel or whatever. That's like the format. That's like the style. I think ultimately makes the most sense for me. It deviates, not deviates. It makes it so I don't have to worry too much about scripts. It makes it so I don't have to worry about re-recording if I flub my lines or something, or like you'll notice if you watch people's videos, and it's not a bad thing. It's just a different approach. What I'm doing, and then there's a lot of people on YouTube and on Twitch or whatever, or the stuff they do on Twitch is recorded and taken and put on YouTube, where they're kind of doing it the way I want to do it. So this is an example is like it's obviously my live stream thing. Like if you watch my live streams, you'll see that it's the same thing. The only difference is I'm trying to do it in real time, and then I have a third camera, and then I have my music widget, everything. That way, because like think about it, when someone does a review, it's scene to scene, moment to moment, dialogue cuts to dialogue cuts. The music's in the background. It's not off some widget that's like a part of my live stream system, sort of thing. It's like no. Instead, I'm using this as like the playground to kind of create the. I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm getting tired, but yeah, like when I did this unboxing, it's like okay, this is how my unboxing go. It'll start off as an overview, and then basically I'll just kind of fucking go on a tangent about whatever, and as long as it's like it's whatever my brain feels like it's like explaining what needs to be explained. I try to cover all sorts of points, and then as I go through it, I'm just kind of like, what didn't I mention? It's like, oh yeah, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this, and it's also honestly kind of reminds me of like, how I am like personally with like some like my friends and stuff. Like when I'm like talking to them about a product or like sometimes I'll kind of sell them on it or like whatever. So I kind of do it like that where I kind of give people the breakdown and stuff, and that's really just what I'm doing here. Where uh you know I like winging it. Is improvisation, winging, just kind of like if you'll notice the two most awkward, unnatural sounding, at least in my opinion, the two videos where I sound unnatural and awkward are structured videos where I'm trying to go off a script, which is my two channel trailers. And then it's funny because the second version of my channel trailer, uh, I'm kind of like an idiot about it, where it's like I purposely do like this, I guess like this marketing kind of voice, and it's just like whatever. I go full all in, like play into it sort of thing. But in reality, it's more enjoyable. I think it's more compelling. I think I'm more compelling to listen to if I do it like this way, just free flow speech. And ultimately, that's the reason why I think streaming makes more sense for me. I've dabbled in YouTube video content creation in the past. I had an older channel or some shit, and then ultimately I just didn't really care, and I just I was focusing on school or work or whatever, and I just moved on from it. And then ultimately I deleted it. It's like I didn't care to like whatever. It was more of like a hobby. But when I came back to try to do this, I the hesitation from YouTube versus Twitch was because if I did do YouTube, I would have to find some sort of way to start doing those kinds of videos again. But ultimately, the way I'm doing it now, where it's primarily a let's play walkthrough gameplays channel, and then shorts are just highlights of the stream, and then all the VODs of the live stream are just archived and stuff. So on all three fronts, it's like the content, the live stream gets vertical sliced into shorts, and then there's even thicker vertical slices in the form of videos. It's like I'm getting the boss, or I'm doing the dungeon, or I'm doing the cutscene, or I'm doing like whatever. And then I'm just gonna keep going through all of these games. These are games that people don't really care about. And it's not that they don't care about it. Some of these people don't even fucking know about it. Like they don't. A lot of There's a lot of new generation of gamers every single fucking year. COVID was the most recent influx of like new generation of gamers. You can see a new generation of gamers happen when like a new popular game comes out, like Fortnite being free. Fortnite was so big that I'm pretty sure it spurred on a lot of people to consider gaming. Try to dabble just, like as a hobby and stuff. And like that's only just gonna keep happening down the line, and it's just gonna become more and more mainstream and more ingrained and stuff. So like there's so much competition, but that's not really like the main concern. Honestly, everyone's trying to do content creation in some sense. It's ultimately like everyone's entrepreneurial endeavor where they want to escape from your traditional job slash career 9 to 5. Like I don't really consider this a job so per se. Maybe a career, it works. A career, the definition of a career makes more sense to me in a way, but truthfully entrepreneurial endeavor, starting a business, this makes more sense in that one. Like it's like a creation type of thing, you know like think of like an artist who does a bunch of paintings, and for them to make a living out of it, have to become more entrepreneurial. They have to go on Etsy and like sell their art that way, and they have to think about advertising and networking, and like they have to collaborate with other people or whatever. Like it's the same idea with this. So it's not really a 9 to 5 job, because if you actually look at it, the amount of hours you have to put to make something like this work versus a job is this is way more risky and way more work. Honestly, a 9 to 5 job is basically you go, you clock in, you clock out. When you're not clocked in, it ain't your problem for the most part. I know companies and stuff will try to make it a problem. It just depends on like the kind of role you have, and if you have more responsibilities. Like if you're a manager, work could potentially bleed into your off hours, like when you're not working. But or if you're like overtime and stuff. But like really, what 9 to 5s are is just like here between 9 to 5, this is your job role, right? And then you're gonna learn the role and you're gonna master the role, right? And then as you master the role, maybe you can push for promotions, maybe you can do lateral movements to learn more skills, skill acquisitions, shadow this guy, shadow this, whatever. Like it doesn't, and then when I thought about it that way, it's kind of like I can pretty much reach a certain level of competence relatively quick, and then I can reach a certain level of mastery, or relatively quick. And it's just like if that's for something I don't really care about, like whatever the job entails, retail, sales, customer service. It's like, oh yeah, and this transferable. So almost everything you do, like legit, almost everything you do, you are working on some sort of skill in some sort of way behind the scenes, whether you realize it and you're conscious of it or not. Like this is basically off the top of my head. It gives me remnants of customer service, because people will be coming in, people will be asking all sorts of things. It's different from customer service because the boundaries are a little bit different. They could get pushed a little bit more. People see me, they know who I am. They could. Um, I'm not like I'm not really like in the most professional context, and I also like in a weird way you can expect a lot more problems from this, because in customer service context, it's like people still need you to do something for them at the end of the day. Otherwise, they're just burning themselves. But over here, it's like people can just come here for shits and giggles, not give a fuck, and just harass me, whatever, right? So it's like you're gonna be facing the public in a different kind of way. Public speaking, this is definitely public speaking in a lot of senses. Being able to retain an audience, entertain an audience, answer all sorts of questions, be knowledgeable, and even not even if you're not the most knowledgeable, like you don't know the answer to all these types of questions people are bringing to you, you got to be personable. You got to still try to like not necessarily answer things to the pure satisfaction of the person asking a question, but at least try to answer it some way so it's like entertaining. You can be stupid about it, right? Um, and marketing's a big thing here. A lot of business functions definitely play a role here. You know, marketing, advertising, uh, a more interpersonal skill would be like networking, the ability to just like communicate what you're about, what your idea is, the idea of your channel is like some sort of elevator pitch of some sort, you know, to not only just other people who might be interested in collabing, but also like the audience that you're trying to build. So for me, I could have chosen to do unboxings or tech stuff like how to's, you know, computer sided software, hardware things, or like here's me building a computer or whatever. And to be honest with you, it's like you could lean on that and then you can have all these other things in your life, other aspects of your life that kind of synergize together. It's like, oh yeah, I've worked here and I've built computers for so many, you know, like there's a YouTube channel I'm like watching. Dude like worked at all these gaming companies, they're a developer, so they have like this very interesting special insight that they can bring to it. But then when you look at them, um that's where their content's focused on. That's what they're really about. And since I don't have that, and that's not really me, I'm not really worried about that in that sense. But it's kind of like I got to figure out what I bring to the table. Like I got to figure out what makes me uh not unique in the literal like one out of a billion type of thing, but unique as in you know, one out of 100,000 type of thing, if that makes sense. You know, like, and for me, gaming is definitely the first initial part, like the actual act of gaming. It's just like just all of these games I played. I don't really know too many people that have like the fucking interest, the energy, the passion to like actually go through. And then the other things, a lot of people don't even finish games. It's like almost every game I start, I finish, and that's like something more of like a completionist thing. It's more of like a try to get the most value out of something before I'm willing to judge it. That's another thing too. Like even like my critiques and stuff, when I look at something, I have so much reference points compared to someone who's only played like when I talk about shooting games as an example, or like RPGs or shooting games. It's like there's people that only played Apex, they only play Fortnite, they only play COD, and yeah, they've dabbled in other shooters. It's not like they haven't, but it's really limited. And ultimately, it's like video games is just like such a small. It's not a small thing, but like it's not that serious of a thing in their life where they're maybe more focused on trying to get their career started or finishing school. Like I want to be a lawyer, I want to be an engineer, I want to be this. That is more important to me. Gaming is just what I do to like, you know, have fun or whatever. So like those people generally speaking are not going to be in the same domain as me where I'm like actually trying to like go through all of these games. I'm trying to meticulously go, and it's like to an extent it's uh not really obligation, but like I think passion is the better word. It's like I actually really like this stuff a lot more than like, you know, like think about a person that reads books. Everyone, not everyone reads first and foremost, and then of the people that do read, some people just read for leisure, so they read fiction, and then some people read for like bolstering their knowledge, so nonfiction stuff like that. You know, there's self help books or like a science textbook or some fucking author that like really gives a good breakdown on like a whole subject or some shit. But like the further down you go in that rabbit hole or whatever, like it's like less and less people are actually like like scratching the surface, if you know what I mean. They're not really like the most experts, but like they're expert enough where it's like compared to the average Joe, they have something, some sort of insight to offer. So for me in gaming context, or like in like business, technology, psychology, whatever, like whatever the fuck, um, that's just gonna be like a backdrop to be honest with you. But like streaming made a lot of sense because it gives me that kind of freedom where gaming is the backdrop, and then me going through all these games is the backdrop in a lot of ways. And then as I go through stuff, I have the freedom to kind of just talk about whatever. And then like I can, on one hand, try to educate or inform or whatever, like based on what I know. And then also on the other hand, I have opportunities to kind of use it as an excuse to just further my skills, further learn about this or that or whatever. And then if it ends up being the case where like I don't know, I have like a fucking audience where they're also very like fucking educated and informed and knowledgeable about all sorts of things, then it's just gonna be like a great back and forth tit for tat type of thing where I'm gonna be learning from whatever people are saying, and then they're gonna be learning from whatever the fuck I say. So I don't know. There's like all sorts of benefits to like you really. Some people might think it's like a bit of a stretch. Like it's not really like, oh, that's just, I'm like, it's more likely that than it not being the case. That's all I would say. It's like it's more likely that you doing these things is actually contributing to something, whether it's a transferable skill or not. Like when I play one shooting game, it transfers to other shooting games easily. So like if I play any game right now, there's like a certain level or like a certain baseline of competence, talent, or whatever the fuck skill, whatever you would use to describe it. There's like a certain baseline I would already have. And then I'm playing with other people who are like more newer to gaming or more inexperienced. Some of them I would consider like casual gamers, maybe social gamers. Like they only really play because they like like the whole fucking play with your friends sort of deal. It's just good context for them to socialize and stuff. So that's good too. But then they'll look at me and they're like so surprised or whatever that like I could just come in and do this. It's like, but you're not really seeing the history. Like, you know what I mean? It's like I'm good at these shooting games because I put so much time into it. Not It's not just time. It's putting time, and as I put in the time, I was trying to uh I was trying to be smart and efficient and actually try to like challenge myself, test myself, and like actually skilling up and like actually researching all that stuff. So it's like you're like, oh, it's a video game, but like what the fuck are you really learning? It's like, buddy, this human behavior just when I play games, I read people like a fucking book. It's like, yeah, that's not actually about the game, that's about people. It's like we're legit. It's like people even like people's emotions and shit and just how they are in the game, like when they're angry and shit, they're gonna psych themselves up, have the mental advantage. They're more likely to repeat behaviors, they're more likely to fall into patterns and stuff. So it's like I'm thinking about that in the context of also just being good at like aiming or like reaction time and stuff like that. And then ultimately it's just like any game I go into, I have that leg up or like I bring in that particular skill set, a particular set of skills. But but like most people aren't thinking like that. They're not really thinking like that because it's just a video game. It's just a hobby. It's just for shits and giggles. It's like, I mean, yeah. I mean, how many people go to school and they read the same books? They read the same material. They do the same test. They get certain level of grades or whatever. But give it like a year, and like all that shit's gone out the gutter because they were really only trying to they were training and learning, but not necessarily internalizing the knowledge. They were only just doing it to get by because that's what the world was telling them. So it's like a chore or like a job or like it's like not really. They weren't taking it serious in a sense where it was for self growth. They were kind of like just doing it to get by, and it's kind of a competition in that sense. Whereas almost everything I touch, almost everything I experience, it's like I'm always trying to take away more and take away more and like try to like piece everything together and stuff. So there's synergy is one of my favorite words. Synergy, does great synergy between everything I did. It's like not nothing's really truly a waste of time. If you're so convinced it's a waste of time, then you're not really paying attention or like giving it the the heart that you need to be honest, because there's people that are learning the same things you are and like they'll go take the same course, and like for you it's like, oh yeah, I don't give a fuck about this, I'm just gonna study enough to do well and get a good enough grade, and give it some time, and then it's not gonna be relevant to me. It doesn't fucking matter because my future is not gonna. I'm not gonna use. Oh, I'm not gonna use math in the real world. Who's gonna use Pythagorean's theorem in the real world? It's like, yeah, I get where you're coming from. I'm like that too for certain things, but I realized that um like not just gaming, but I am saying gaming because it's obviously fucking context, but not just gaming, but like everything, every interaction is kind of like I'm learning something about people, I'm learning something about myself, I'm learning something about the subject matter at hand. When I'm streaming, it's like for me to stream, I needed to learn more about like I had to build this PC, I had to like figure all that out. It's so easy for other people to kind of just be like, oh yeah, I'll just get someone else to do, outsource it, outsource it, outsource it, outsource it, and there's like a laziness to it. But like I really like the idea of trying to be like this, really like this one man army where like, I want to learn how to build a computer. I'm not necessarily gonna go like learn how to program on my own to do whatever, but you never know, you know. But the stream is like, oh yeah, learning the software inside out, trying to figure out how I want to do it, trying to figure out all the like different ways I can push it. And then when I'm actually live, it's like, oh, okay, trying to talk a certain way or trying to entertain or try to cover certain things, or when people ask questions, trying to answer it in like a satisfactory or like an interesting way. And it's like those are skills that you're gonna basically be learning, right? And then like you're gonna form a style, you're gonna come across different kinds of people. These are people skills ultimately. And then honestly, it's a lot more volatile in a way too, because since this is the context of an online stream that anyone can kind of come in and get like, I can catch strays sort of thing. It's like I'm going to be facing a more, not really true, but like a more unhinged, like fucking reckless kind of side to people. So like, yeah, you'll see people trying to hate on me, you'll see people trying to accuse me of this, accuse me of that, all that, whatever. And it's like, it's if this was like a customer service job, it's like, oh yeah, this person ultimately needs me to do something for them, so they should know better to like not talk like that, and ultimately reserve the right to like not really, uh, you know, if you truly can't help them because they're like fucking tripping out, then it's like ultimate, that's like their fault, right? If they're just like on the phone trying to vent to you and shit. The same way here, it's like the cool thing about this though is I have more control. Like, I reserve the right to ban people. I reserve the right to like, create, try to foster a certain kind of environment. I don't really have like some boss that's gonna kind of be like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. I heard the call. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, you shouldn't have said it this way, or like, I don't really have it in such a way where like it's gonna jeopardize my livelihood or some shit. Even though technically that is true, because YouTube is I do have to be mindful of how what I say and like whatever. But there is a lot of free reign because this is more free speech being respected and free speech being in effect as opposed to like a job. Because in a job, even though you're technically allowed to say certain things, it's like no, you can get in trouble, you can get scolded, you can get reprimanded or whatever. You can potentially get in trouble, get reported or complain or whatever. Over here, it's not to say that that doesn't happen. It's just more like uh I don't really answer to anyone in such a way where like at the end of the day, my behavior, if it results in bad like viewer retention or like this person goes or whatever, that's my fault. I will suffer for it. But like in the context of business, they'll kind of be like, you can't be like that because it's hurting our bottom line. It's like, okay, well now no one has to worry about, I don't have to worry about affecting anyone else's bottom line because this is all me. It's all me. The only person getting harmed in me being unoptimal or being offensive or being problematic or toxic or whatever is me. And even then, it's like that. I see so much people on Twitch, YouTube, whatever, TikTok, or whatever, and they're like real pieces of work and they have followings, they have like, supporters and all that. So for me, it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna just do what I want to do, and just law of attraction is gonna work, and I'm gonna attract. Hopefully, initially, I'm gonna attract people and retain people that are actually like good and compatible for me, and then eventually, what's most likely gonna happen is I'm gonna get bigger, and then as I get bigger, basically, fucking, then like the haters will kind of come up the woodworks, and then people trying to instigate, people trying to start problems, people come in here trying to be weird, creepy. The creepy types will come out, and it's funny because before all this, I've already dealt with stalkers. I've already dealt with death threats. I've already dealt with people being like creepy and weird. I've already dealt with people constantly trying to fucking, I've been on the internet like I'm like a OG internet person. Like I've been on the internet since I was like fucking a child basically. But like I've had access to the internet. I've been on the internet forums and all that shit. I know a lot about like all the fucking toxic shit people do. And just ultimately now it's just more like publicized and like more people are it's so mainstream and everyone's on their phone so everyone's kind of on board. But I'm like coming from an era where it's like the only real people on the internet like that are like super like recluse introvert like loser types. Loser types. But it's like, yeah, it's like there's not much people are gonna say to me that's like gonna actually like fucking deter me or like scare me away sort of thing. It's like, no, I know what I'm signing up for. And ultimately it's like all it's gonna be required is, a firm hand and some boundaries and just kind of, you know, yeah, just this is just advice for other people. It's like a lot of people are, especially like Gen Z types. The Gen Z is just kind of like fuck the establishment, like fuck the status quo sort of thing, or they kind of see through the bullshit in a lot of ways because they're seeing through the bullshit in all sorts of other avenues, and it's super chaotic, and it's super chaotic, and it's like, um, it's not really controlled or contained in any sort of way. So you have like older generation people kind of like scared or whatever. Like, and honestly, this is just history repeating all the time. This is always the case for the newest generation, the youngest generation. So I'm a millennial, so when millennials were where Gen Z was, they're talking about us that way. They're talking about us like we're fucking dooming civilization and shit. Like the stuff that's happening due to the people in my generation on the internet, whether they do like all the fucking rotten eggs and stuff, or all of the weird new age ideas, or we want rights, or we want certain kind of flexibilities, and then we get called lazy and all this, or it's like, oh, why don't we have houses and this and that? Like, the fucking memes. People meme about this because, like, boomers is like zoomer, all that shit is like kind of the Gen Z's framing of the whole fucking situation. Even though boomer kind of skips over people like me, I just get bumped in with boomers, even though my generation doesn't really like boomers the same ways Gen Z doesn't like boomers, but it's not like these fuckers will know that. Um, yeah, like ultimately, it's just like everyone's trying to realize ever changing visions of their life and how it should be, and they look around, and since social media and internet, and then everyone has phones with internet, and like everyone has technology and internet access, we're at the all-time high when it comes to comparison. The fact that you can look at how people are living in like other countries and the conditions in other countries, you can compare and contrast. Like, it's not really oppression Olympics, but it kind of does play out like oppression Olympics, where it's like everyone's really just looking at what cards they have, and then they're comparing it to what other people's cards they have, and then we're comparing outcomes, and it's like ultimately people want more, and there is a certain greed to it. There's a certain like unsustainable self-indulgent sustenance that needs to be like whatever. But to be honest with you, like middle class, lower class, or let's look at it like uh younger generation, older generation, it's like older generation has no right to really look at younger generation and kind of like, if you're in the position of power, or you're in the position of favorability, or you're the winner in history, or you're the winner in all these contexts, or you're rich and you're not poor, or you're famous not infamous, or a fucking nobody or whatever, it's really easy for those people to kind of look at it and be like, oh, well, you didn't do this, do this, do this, that's why you don't deserve it. It's like sometimes people don't even realize that a large part of the reason why things are the way they are is technically influenced by chance and stuff, but it is also influenced by action. And like people seeing what other people are doing and seeing people take shortcuts and succeeding, that usually gets people feeling a type of way too. People seeing other people born into it, or like they're helped a lot by other people that are significantly more successful to be brought up to par with them. That like it irks a lot of envy, jealousy. It irks a lot of competition. It irks a lot of fucking negative stuff like breakdown. Like people just think it's unfair. They kind of give up, you know. So a lot of people are seeing these new like avenues of making a living, and then it's kind of like, well, if I can do this, I get financial freedom. If I get financial freedom, I can literally start focusing on like all, you know, if you don't have to worry about food, shelter, water, you know, like your rent, all your bills and stuff are paid, you can kind of just start um you could start approaching life in a way where it's like, well, what am I interested in? What do I want to do? You know, I'm gonna start hiking. I'm gonna start buying art. I want to start exploring this hobby or that hobby. It's not really hem trimmed at the fucking roots or anything, or it's not like a fucking dead on arrival type of goal or vision or mission, because people are so like wrapped up into like just living bill to bill and trying to like survive essentially. Instead, it's just kind of like, okay, well now I have all those a good psychological concepts, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's like everyone for the longest time is fighting for the basic initial lower level needs like food, shelter, water, security, community, like all that sort of stuff, you know, sense of belonging, all that stuff. And then everyone really wants to head up to self actualization, and when they see other people kind of have the lower level needs met for them because they live in a country with certain standards, or they or were brought up in a community, or they brought up in a family that kind of just kind of hands them this or that. It's like people see that as an injustice or unfair, or like they look at life in such a weird lens. It's not a weird lens, but it's an understandable lens, but it's weird. The reason why I said weird is 'cause it's weird because it's like at the end of the day, you have what you have. You're born into the body you're born into. You're born in the life you're born into, and you have to deal the cards you were dealt in the best possible way for you. You can't look at other people's hands because it was just drawn to them. And lucky for them, you know, those people fuck it up too. Like, believe it or not, like some people are just focusing on like uh they're just focusing on all the fucking good parts of their life, and it just makes it seem like they have everything in their life figured out. But that's not true. You see rich people depressed all the time. So, oh, but a rich person could pay for a therapist. I'm like, well, therapy isn't really. You think therapy is gonna solve their problems? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, you have to find the right therapist. And then what if the nature of your problems isn't something really solvable by like medication or like therapy per se, like talk therapy per se, but it's more like you have to actually change the essential course, like cogs in your life. Like you're in a terrible environment. You're around people that are insufferable, that won't let up, and they don't, like, you know, if you want better, it's one of the things that stop a lot of people is if they're surrounded by other people that also don't, like, they want better, but they're also just insufferable and stuck in their own depression, stuck in their own pit holes. It's like people try to help themselves and the people beside them as at the same time. It's like that's, you're asking for the most daunting, and they have the nerve to compare themselves to someone who was like born rich and had a lot of stuff handed to him. It's like, bro, this is why I usually say stuff like worry about yourself. It's like, well, I think it was from a show, but it's quoting something else. If you want to basically fix your life, you can't really worry about what other people are doing in a way. Like, you know, like you, if you do that, you will always find someone that had it easier than you. Easier. I'll put in quotations. You know, you'll always have like, so even this YouTube thing, it's like I can go on YouTube and like, oh, I want to be a streamer, I want to be a content creator. So it's like, oh, okay, let me look at, oh, look at her. Oh, I'm not gonna make fun of it. Like, look at these, like, oh, these, you only see the end result. You only see the person after they did whatever trials and tribulations, and you can't really assess that because it's not like you're actually going to meticulously go back through that person's history and see every up and down. And it's not like every up and down is publicized or like available to you, like for you to know. The only person that truly knows is the person that, you know, that achieved the success. So it's like, to compare for a person that's end of the road, or at least towards the end of the road, versus someone who's starting their journey, it's like that's kind of unhelpful. And then also it's just kind of like, if you don't know what you want to do and you're just trying to copy what other people are doing, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because hopefully in the process you'll revise and kind of figure out what you want to do. But like ultimately is like for you to keep pushing, this is why most people don't actually solve anything of in their life. The schools do not teach you how to do it. Once you go into work, things in work don't necessarily outwardly overtly teach you how to do it. They could if you're the type of person to extrapolate the value, but that's like a specific kind of thing. That's not something that'll come naturally to everyone. That's not something everyone will ultimately be developed to do. It's like no, it's like I'm sure people heard it's like school just teaches you how to be an employee. I'm like, yeah, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's like if there's certain people that are so aimless and they don't have the how to, that without that system, that structure, they will probably suffer like really, really bad. So with school kind of enforcing some kind of skilling, some kind of education, some kind of like and then they go into the work environment, and then the work environment's like a whole new can of worms of obstacles. But you go into the work environment, you go join the rest of society as you try to contribute to the economy, and you're working under this company or that company or whatever. You're basically getting stuck from one place to another, and like if you really, really want it, you'd have to basically start leveling up yourself in such a way where basically every single obstacle you have to be a real problem solver, bro. You have to actually be a real problem solver. And like this is something technically everyone could do. It's just it requires work. And like it's not handed to you. You're not hand holded by people. I mean, there's content creators and like people like tell you how to do it or how to make money or all this whatever. Like, it's not like there aren't people that create business models that are like think of like self-help books. It's like self-help books help, but they're not as they're not as much of a boon that you might think. It's like how much people read self-help books and they're literally just kind of like the same. They improve marginally, but ultimately they're not making great like shifts. It doesn't really truly enlighten people the way like and then when you think about it, it's like, oh, that's a person that wrote a book based on their experiences, based on their expertise, based on whatever work or educational criteria, credibility, whatever adds credibility and authenticity. And then they wrote something, and then whether you deem them worthy or not of like reading their shit and learning their shit and internalizing their shit, like ultimately it's up to you. It's up to you. And like basically people are, if you look at the macro, even the most vocal people about like how their life is and how they want to change things or whatever, they probably won't change. Still they'll stay in their lane essentially. To be the fucking uber millionaire types, or like to be that guy that started a startup, like bro, there's people that graduate high school and they take massive risks by trying to do a startup. They work a bit or they juggle a job or whatever, and all the money they're doing is going into that, and then they just whatever, whatever, whatever. And like that's something most people are like not really willing to do. They're not confident in doing it. They're not interested in doing it. They don't have any sort of passion spurred on, like let them chip away at it. It's like no, they would rather try to do it in a more digestible way. It's like, oh yeah, just work at a company, go up the ladder, get a promotion, get a raise. Then you save money, and then you save money, and then even the saving money part people can't even do. The people can't even do that. They can't even build wealth. It's like they spend up out the nose, up the wazoo, and they justify it every single fucking way they can via like all the bullshits of materialism and consumerism. Like, they can't help it. Get a new phone, get like fucking designer clothing, eat out all the time, or like whatever chips away at your shit. And like ultimately you kind of pigeonhole yourself and you corner yourself to exactly where you are in life. Like, you are where you are ultimately because of what you did. You know? Yeah, environment, circumstance, other people can do shit to you. That's definitely true. But in the bigger picture of stuff, especially when you consider time, because no, unless you have some fucking mortal enemy, no one's gonna be going at you your whole fucking life to make sure you stay where you stay. Like that's uncommon. That's like most people don't piss off people to that extent. Where like, and then even then, like, like that would just be another problem to solve. you know. And then that has its limitations too, because that could border on crimes and stuff, like, you know, like you would be able to do something. It's like, no, most of your life outcome is ultimately your responsibility. There's a lot of people that are not responsible, they're not dutiful, they're not accountable, and those people are really vocal about wanting more, wanting this, wanting that. And like, honestly, they've, rather than leveling themselves up, people just find shortcuts. That's all. Humans are so good at finding shortcuts and just trying to find essentially lazy ways to solve their problems. That could be literally using someone else to solve their problems, right? Like someone could marry into power. You know, someone can marry into security. Someone can not. I'm not gonna keep saying married, but even in like the dating sense, dating's a really good example of like both men and women. Uh, it's like, so, I'll say this for men at least. Some of the men I've spoken to, or like I know and gotten to know and stuff. Um, there's a lot of people that identify heavily with this idea that their whole happiness and well-being, it has to hinge on the validation of someone else or the presence of someone else. Like some girl's gonna be in their life that's gonna fix everything, that's gonna fill in the void. Oh, I'm so lonely, I'm so lonely, and like, you know, and it's just kind of like, oh yeah, like my life would be so much better if it weren't the fact that I didn't have this or didn't have that. It's like, then it's like their whole life focus and strategy is like not to bettering themselves, not to like leveling up, not to like building something or creating something where it can help them find more and more freedom, more and more power, more and more sustainability throughout life. Instead, it's kind of like a shortcut thing. It's like, oh, let me just find this person who's going to solve all these problems for me. Not even just financially and stuff. It's like emotionally, you know, like it's the person that needs a girl to kind of come in their life and stabilize them. Well, guess what happens? They stabilize and they stay stable there. That's it. You know, and then there's, it's actually more of a rarity that someone gets into a situation like that and then, as because of the girl, they soar to new heights. It's like, no, bro, if you were always gonna be like some sort of goat, you know what I mean? If you were always gonna be someone that's like gonna be ambitious, gonna like problem solve, gonna go over any obstacle or hurdle, I promise you, it's not really because some other person's in your life. You can spin that narrative, but it's honestly not the most healthy. It's one of those things humans do where like they say it and it's a nice and beautiful thing to say that someone came in your life and now your life is so much better and now you're like firing on all cylinders and whatever. But in reality, that's attributed to you. Because if it puts you in a better headspace, and then as a result, now you're normalized and now you're fucking like able to actually be the best version of you, that has nothing to do with them. It's like that person at that point is just a symbol. They're just an idea. It could have been anyone. It can't literally be that specific person. That's like too much to put on someone, you know? And it happens. It's so common and it's not going to stop happening. And there's nothing really much to say about that. But like, when people look at other people and they see where they are, I sincerely doubt that most people even understand what it takes to get to wherever the fuck people are. They don't know the story, and even if they knew the story, they wouldn't interpret the information correctly. They wouldn't see what matters. They wouldn't be able to weigh things up where it's like, you know? So in the context of like stuff like this, YouTube and streaming and shit, it's like it's so easy to see someone with 1 million subscribers and then they say some fucked up shit and you're like sitting there baffled, like, who the fuck? How is he here? Look at me, I'm so amazing, I'm all these things, and look at this person, I should have all their followers. It's like, bro, you don't even understand what it is about them that even got them that. It's like, oh, I don't understand the appeal. It's like, yeah, neither do you, right? And neither do I, right? But if you look at it and analyze them, you should be able to figure it out. And I've been able to do that for pretty much everyone. You know, if I look at my competition, it's like, oh yeah, this. And then honestly, the takeaways you can have can be pretty negative and pretty toxic. If you're like one of those people where it's like, oh yeah, they just had their fame handed to them. It's like, not really, bro. Like maybe there's some cases, there's always some sort of case where that probably is the case, but it's such an easy hand wave excuse or hand wave explanation when in reality you look at people and it's like, oh, this person has grit, this person has resilience, this person's just, even when the world fucking hates this person, they're still trying. Like, you know, that inspires something. You know, that entitles them to something. You know? It it sucks because there's cases where someone could be like that and then like it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. But it really just depends, you know. Haters exist for everyone. There's no such thing as like a person that's universally liked by everyone. In the process of being universally like, let's say 100% of, let's say I could snap my fingers and 100% of the world loves me. Okay, in that process, a segment of that 100%. This is magic though, right? I'm snapping my fingers, just making everyone just like me. A subset of that 100% will look into me, not like specifically like proper analysis, but they'll look at me, they'll look into me, sort of thing. They'll pay attention, and then they will see things, they will speculate things, they will perceive things with a certain lens. I might represent something that they don't like about themselves. I might represent something they feel is detrimental to like their lives in some sort of way. Like, oh, this guy's like this, but like people like this are fucking pieces of shit. So how the hell is, like, you know? And then there will be something, bro. And ultimately, what would happen is, and this is like fucking math, statistics, whatever the heck you want to call it, but it's like in the process of being liked by the majority, a minority will be created that will go against you, sort of thing. Like, you will always have haters. You will always have haters. There's no, dude, like, if someone doesn't have haters, it's like basically you either don't know that they exist, or the people that like you, they're the haters among them and they're blending it. Like, there's no way that isn't the case. You know what I mean? Because just look at human ego, look at how people perceive everyone outside of themselves, and understand that no matter what you do, there's gonna be some depressed person that's framing everything everyone else is doing in such a way where it makes them ultimately not like them. It ultimately makes them write them off. It ultimately makes them magnify any sort of potential negative that the person is or isn't, and then minimize every single positive thing, or at least spin the positive things in a negative way. So it's like, I know this from personal experience, bro. It's like I've tried to be really good to pretty much not everyone, because some people I don't give a fuck about. Like, if they're like assholes to other people, then like I generally don't hide my distaste or dislike. But like, I've tried for a large bulk of people in my life to be me, be authentic, be transparent. So I'm not like two faced where I'm saying one thing and I mean another thing. I don't have time for that shit. It's like, I am not scared of offending people. I'm not scared of, well, yeah, I'm not scared, but I am wary of offending people because honestly, I don't want to hurt people's feelings. Depending, like, especially if someone like, um, I don't know, just think of someone like that's depressed and anxious, and like, if I say the wrong thing when I could just say it in a nicer way, I can help them that way. But like, there have been so many people where it's like, no matter what, however perfect I think I'm approaching it, they just look at that and it's just like, oh, what if he does this? What, their anxiety comes out, their depression comes out, their negativity comes out, and then it takes whatever I put out, whatever energy I put out, whatever fucking anything, even me trying to help them, like actually outwardly trying to help them, or even subtly trying to help them, or even like behind the scenes trying to help them, like it's like, I was actually gonna fucking help someone like fucking like write them a resume. I was like, write a resume, and it's just like, I was doing it, and then in the process of like all that, it's like the person made it really well known. No, the person made it known to me that like they essentially see me as like a threat, or like, or fake, or like I'm not really. There's so many things about me that they secretly don't like, or like, it's just like, and when you look at the context of it, it's like, oh, but that's just you projecting. That's just you primed to kind of see a certain way. If you can read my mind, if you like could connect to my mind, and as I was saying those things, as I was exhibiting this behavior, that behavior, you would realize a lot of the times it was actually just pure intentions, or it's just me like really like I've had a person like think my like me being like fun, like laughing and being joyful was like insincere, like it's just an act. It's like, bro, I'm like, if I'm not that, and I'm like fucking depressed and shit, it's like, and like people are, you're like willing to question even that. It's like, bro, it's like I can't even be around you. It's like I'm like literally not gonna be able to be me. You know what I mean? It's like because the rare times I do feel that, feel joy, feel laughter, it's like someone out there is looking at it and they're like looking at it like with a level of discontent, disdain, and it's like interesting how someone can warp something like that. And it's just like it could be because this person's mentally ill. They could be weak. They could be mentally weak. They could have social difficulties where they're not really able to properly assess other people. And like as a result, when you mix that with like depression and stuff, and like a negative outlook and just traumatic experiences and stuff, it's basically like they're looking for enemies everywhere. And it's like a guy like me could easily fall into guy like me could easily fall into that, and I wouldn't even know. Sometimes I do know, sometimes I figure it out, sometimes they're just outright like in my face about it. So it's like I definitely know and it's confirmed. I've had people where it's like they're really friendly to me, but then I find out through other people that they actually secretly hate me, and it's just like, uh, it's not even like they had a good reason where like I said something fucked up to them or I was like rude to them. It's like no, some people I try to walk eggshells, and even that is like kind of they will find something, and then you got to realize it has not much to do with you, because if it wasn't you in that room, you can literally find someone similar to you and just swap them out, and then that person, let's just say that person just does even better stuff, like they're just way more likable, more personable. They didn't say anything, they just said all this beautiful compassionate shit, and like let's say it came off even more authentic, came off more real to that person, even that person will get fucked. It just, and that's why it's like, yo, go seek therapy, go work on yourself, uh, seek the aid and support of your friends and your family and your community. Seek God, seek spirituality, seek religion, seek all of these avenues to try to like, and then when and then the other thing is like people are like undermining or underestimating the volatility of our emotions, irrational thinking, hormones, like all this type of shit too. So it's like dudes, I've spoken to so much, I give dating advice to dudes where it's like the mindset they have is like so fucking unhelpful to themselves, to everyone around them. They're insufferable, miserable, and it's like even despite that, it's like they think that that's who they are. It's like, no, that's just how you're exhibiting behaviors currently, and you're only exhibiting those behaviors currently because you're fucking, you know, you're having a hard time and you're perceiving things in a certain way that's continuing to make you have a hard time, and then things are happening to you, bad, like legit bad things are happening to them, so traumatic stuff can happen to them that really kind of makes them confirmed, like in their own head, that it's confirmed that this is my lot in life. And it's like, dude, it's like the advantage you have is you're alive and you have time on your side, bro. You're alive and you have time on your side, and all you can really do, just like everyone else, is start fucking chipping away at it. And there's I've never come across a night and day change for myself that was legit. If it was a night and day change, like I literally went to sleep and I woke up and I'm $1 million, it's like something about that must be deceptive in a sense, not deceptive in a bad way, but it's like it's not what it seems. It's more just like a rebound, maybe a rebound from your depression, a rebound from anxiety or whatever. But like, hey, take that, take it's still a dub, and you take that and run with it. But if you're like up and down, up and down, up and down, it's like going to be confusing. And then if when things are going well, I mean, logically and like statistically, it's like if things are going well, you're more likely to perceive everything else going well, or like you'll maximize positive outlooks, outcomes, and then you'll minimize negative things that happen to you, and that's how you start jumping obstacles like a fucking pro. Like it won't phase you. But if you're on the inverse, like the opposite, it's just negative is maximized, positives minimized, then it's just kind of like, yeah, you're gonna go around and essentially create discord and disdain and chaos everywhere you go, within yourself, within your friendships, relationships, whatever. And this is also kind of part of the reason why it sucks, because it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy where someone in that position would harm and hamper their chances of new connections that could potentially help them out, and then harm and hamper existing ones and damage them and whatever that could potentially, aid them and whatnot. And then just basically, it's kind of like rot, and it's like a virus spreads sort of thing, and it sucks because through like all of the avenues where you can potentially take that and like train it, harness it, fix it, even medically, just you like, go to the gym, get good sleep, eat well, like not eat shit. Like which if you eat well, you'll probably feel better, right? And then you're taking care of yourself, and then as you take care of yourself, you will like yourself more. You will become likable, to you won't become likable to everyone because you will find those other people that was in the same boat as you doing the same things to you that you were doing to other people. And then the other thing is, it's not that you can't be around other depressed people where like you can kind of help each other out of the pit, but realistically speaking, that's not happening. It, you will both hold each other down. You will hold each other down, and you will be insufferable together in the pit together, and then you will find a false sense of happiness and security in that, and it's kind of like admitting defeat where it's like, oh yeah, well everything else sucks, so I might as well just this is the semblance of happiness I get, so don't take this away from me, don't change this for me because I'm gonna take it. It's like basically it's settling essentially. And then it's hard because it's like you're not really gonna be in a position to explain to this person in such a logical, rational way where it's like, oh come on, if you simply just change this, or you see a therapist, you get put on medication, you work out, you do this, you start reconnecting, rekindling friendships, and then you try to put your best foot forward for this, you try to put your best foot forward for this job interview, you try to approach dating this, and then you end up meeting someone, and then all of these people kind of like synergize, all of these things synergize and propel you up. It's like, uh, even me personally speaking, that's not what it took. What it took was actually sitting down and like basically changing myself, like changing myself from within, and then making sure all of these kind of things are uh satisfactorily like met. So it's like, oh, okay, I gotta make sure I sleep well, I gotta start working out more. Why is working out important? Is because it's not even because you, oh, uh, move away from shallow and superficial explanations for everything. You could argue shallow, superficial advantages for everything. You go to the gym, you look more muscular, and since you look more muscular and attractive, you will attract someone else who like thinks you look awesome, and then that's like a large part of the icebreaker for why they would even give you a chance. It's like if that's like the realm you're playing in, good luck because I don't even like playing in that realm. That's like that kind of world is basically fucking hot and cold. It's like and it's brutal in a different way where it's like, why would you do that to yourself? Is all I'm saying. It's like you gotta basically do things where ultimately you're self-sustaining. You came into this world alone. You came into this world, and you're always alone. Like not even alone, like lonely, like not even alone in a negative connotation, negative sense. It's like no, you're alone, as in you are ultimately gonna be by yourself. When your parents pass away, whatever, when you're doing this job or whatever, like you got, like if it boils down to you, you better sure you have it figured out. You know what I mean? It's nice to rely on people. It's a boon. It's a positive. It's not a requirement though. I don't think so at least. And then if you do think it's a requirement, uh, you're not necessarily wrong. It's just I don't really think that's something you should tell these kinds of people because what they need to do is from inward to outward. They need to fix things, not outward to inward. Like outward to inward is part of the problem actually. Is like a dependence people create where it's like they expect a girl to solve their problems, or they expect, oh, if I just get more money, oh, if I was born rich, I wouldn't have nothing. It's like no, that's like you can generate wealth, you can generate all that stuff yourself, you can achieve whatever the goals or whatever you want, but it always had to start with you. It never had to start with anyone else. It doesn't even make sense that it starts with anyone else. But that laziness and the the the, the laziness, I'll say laziness, The laziness of the human mind, bro. You think the mind is fucking more efficient and less lazy when you're depressed and you're losing and taking L's in life? Like, no, it wants that laziness even more. So it's kind of like a bit of a rut that's hard to get out of. The thing I say about like working out, not like I'm the most fucking, you know, in shape person or some shit, but it's important because in the process of getting your body in shape, your body is regulating itself better, its systems, all that stuff is more efficient, optimize all that stuff, and then basically you're gonna your mental acuity, your mental clearness, clarity is only gonna get better the more in shape you are. And I'm not even talking about like Olympic levels of in shape. It's like no, it's even if you're. I'm not even talking about like being fat and being lower body fat. It's more you could be low body fat and still be depressed. It's like no, it's the act of working out. It's the act of getting your body's systems flowing and going. That's like kind of the key point that I want to hit on. It's like you know, one of the most common resolutions for advices for resolving or attempting to resolve depression is working out. And then sleep too, bro. People with sleep patterns and shit. As a person with sleep problems, like pretty fucked up. But like, I have horrible sleep behaviors, horrible sleep patterns, and it's like that. If a person doesn't have sleep, they'll fucking go crazy. And if a person has irregular sleep, they're they're volatile as fuck. Like it's just you never really know. It's just all like it's just and it's just you could be more irritable and you like it's like you're making it hard for your body to get used to something. It's like unpredictable. It doesn't really know when to expect what, and ultimately you can't really like stabilize and normalize it essentially. So it's like I don't know why the fuck I'm on some tangent giving advice and shit, but yeah, like back to the YouTube thing at least. It's like I'm not even sure it's not even about being sure or like likelihoods or probabilities or whatever. It's more just like it's not even about belief either. It's just kind of like I have no real other choice. If I start from zero and I want to go from zero to like 1,000, it's like I can't expect someone to just give me it. I can't expect uh like like there's nothing really to do but just start acting, just start going at it, start chipping away at it. Like what else were you expecting? And it's like there is no shortcuts really. And then there is shortcuts in the sense of being smart, working smart, not hard. Like yeah, I can pay for advertising. That could kind of jolt it. Yeah, I could focus on trying to make viral concept videos, right? Yeah, I can try to get my fucking channel plugged or like go and like oh collab with me. I can do that like a network approach, but like and there's nothing really wrong with like those approaches, I suppose, but it's like for me to do what I think I want to do and to get to where I want to get, I have to at least be willing to do this. I have to at least be willing to do it myself too. I can't really wait on someone to kind of be like, "Oh yeah, I'll be here. I'll just do all this tech support shit for you." "Oh yeah, here I'll moderate your chat for you." It's like, bro, I'll try to I know it's dumb to expect to moderate my shit myself down the line, but right now it's like I have no one in my fucking chat. I think it's like fucking like egotistical in a sense to kind of think, oh, I need like 8 mods right now. Like, there's no one in fucking chat, bro. And if there is someone in chat, they're usually not really annoying or obnoxious, or like they don't cross that line where I feel like I have to ban. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, just leave it free reign, just kind of whatever. And then I would probably want to do it myself, at least for starters. And then honestly, anyone that's ever tried to approach me for like moderation stuff, I don't know them. I don't know if I can trust them. They don't even try to build rapport, so that's also a thing. And then it kind of seems like they're just trying to get like leverage or power in some sort of way, or it's just like they just want it. Like, like I don't know why. I could speculate why, but it's kind of like there's a certain kind of inappropriateness and it's like a boundary I don't really want to kind of defy or cross. So like even for me, like who ultimately ends up being like a mod or whatever, it's like one, it's not happening now. I have no chat. It's you know what I mean? It's like even if it's 20 viewers, like how fast are people going to be talking where I can't keep up with it? It's like no, I'll just it's like like And then what are people really going to be saying? Where like, I get shit on all the fucking time, but I play shooting games and I shit on people in the game, and almost all like on PlayStation, bro. The amount of hate messages I get, like playing that game and shit, just for one reason or the other, is just ridiculous. And the amount of people that tried to be my friends just so they can kind of like pair with me, play with me, and just try to like, they're not trying to be friends. Not really. They just want to play with me so they can benefit from me. Like it's just the truth, and that's just the new generation does this even more so. So it's kind of easier when it comes to people younger than me, but uh, and they kind of shamelessly do it too. So it's like way more obvious. They don't even try to front. They don't even try to build any sort of authenticity or like rapport or anything of the sort. It's just kind of like, oh yeah, just let's play. I need to get champ or like like you know what I mean. And then if I say no or whatever, or like I'm not interested or whatever, they change up. They change up. They start being an asshole. They start trying to diss me, all this, all that, or like, oh yeah, you're not even that good anyways. It's like, all right, cool. Then why the fuck were you asking in the first place? Like, if you want something from me, I'm not even one of those people where it's like I'm like desperate for the attention or desperate for viewership or whatever. So you're not even gonna be able to approach me in that way. Like you're not even gonna be able to leverage me in that sort of way to get me to do something. Like you know what I mean? It's like there's like I don't know if you can call it pride or dignity or whatever, but it's just kind of like I should be able to do what I need to do without having to constantly resort to that or whatever, if that makes sense. And like for people that feel like that's the way to go about, I've when I was doing the Twitch shit, I've been in so many different Discord servers of like smaller, medium-sized streamers and stuff, and just like the philosophy and the ideology of the people there, just how what it takes to grow and what it takes to get big and whatever. It's just like all parroted stuff from bigger creators who also don't really know what they're talking about. And then it's also kind of like stuff that isn't really sustainable. Like, you really think I can network myself from here to fucking a million subscribers? Hell no. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. It's like what it, there have been success stories where the person doesn't seem like they have like an outward reason as to why they're successful other than the fact that they might know a lot of people or like they got their name or like whatever. Like I don't really want to like name names or like this anyone in particular because some of the examples I'm thinking of right now aren't even like I would say they're good at the game. So that's like a big draw. It's like, oh, this guy played with Drake. It's like, yeah, but he's also really fucking good at the game. Like, you know what I mean? It's like that's probably a huge selling point to even why he made it big enough to even try to play with Drake. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, so that doesn't count. But then there's someone who's like, they're still a small streamer. They want to be bigger than a smaller streamer, but they don't stream. They say you need a network, but they don't network because they're like whatever. And then it's like there's all sorts of like weird toxic ideas that like kind of so, oh, when I talk in their chat they don't talk to me or pay attention to me. I'm like, yeah, because they have a billion other fucking people talking. It's like, oh, even when it's smaller scale chat, it's like, yeah, it's like I don't know, like to expect that it's like not even everyone's really gonna be like that. I might like be like that. I would kind of like to have a bit of an interactivity, but sometimes like some of the things people say, it's like I have nothing to go off, bro. If someone just goes in my chat and they're like, "Yo," I could be like, "Oh, hi, Linda, what's up, yo?" Okay, but then, or like someone will come in and like just inappropriately say some inappropriate shit, and they think that's gonna build rapport. It's like what? Like you're just trying to test the waters to see if like you and that person have the same sense of humor or something. Like it's like who the fuck do you think you are? Kind of like you know what I mean? It's like you want to at least segue into that a little bit, and then it's like funny because that same kind of attitude you take it into other hemispheres in their life, like dating. It's like on the first date or some girl they're interested in to just they go all in some fucked up way, and it comes off a certain way. It's like that's why I said like some people are just maybe not the most socially acclimated and stuff. So it's like even those things could be problems and stuff. But it's like when they sit there and they talk about why they aren't where they should be, it's like they're like oblivious to the obvious things that they may say this is what it takes, but then they also don't see their own part in it as to why they aren't doing these things. It's like, yeah, it's like when you network, you're trying to be like creepy when you network, or like you're being overly sexual when you try to network. It's like that's or it's like inappropriate in a sense where it's like not it's inappropriate where it's like there's kind of an entitlement where it's like you feel like they have to answer to you or you feel like they have to give you this. Like someone comes here, it's like this is before I was streaming. It's like someone will message me and it's like they want to play with me. It's like, okay, I don't like I already have so much people I play with, and honestly, I'm not really the type of person that wants to meet a new person every single fucking day, sort of thing. And then also, if I do meet someone online, it's usually no different than playing with randos because it's the same first preliminary kind of interaction, no different than what I would have from playing with four different randos. So I can just as easily find someone I can get along with in four randos versus someone messaging me directly. But then also, it's like there's no tit for tat. It's basically they just want all these things from me, and then in the process, as long as they're nice about it, you would think that I would be okay and receptive to it. But it's not usually like that. It's usually like an entitlement where it's like they pretend to be nice, and then all it really it leaks eventually, bro. And then if it isn't leaking for me, it's leaking in front of me when other people are here. Like if I actually bring other like actual friends, like my actual IRLs or whatever, it's like they'll like kind of butt heads with them and this and all that, and it's just like okay, and then like they're only nice to me, and then they're super mean to everyone else. And it's like, yeah, you want to play with me, but I want to play with these people too. So you're making a situation where like they won't want to play with me if I basically condition it where you have to be there. So it's like, oh yeah, but we could. Oh, and then the other thing is like, yo, I've had people try to use their rank to justify playing with me. It's like, oh, I'm fucking champ or diamond, so you should obviously want to play with me. I'm like, bro, are you a solo diamond or a solo champ? It's like, yeah. Like, well, there you go. There's a reason why you're by yourself, bro. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of these people do not, they do not assimilate in any sort of way, or like it's not, it's, it doesn't last long because eventually, like um, the character kind of drops, or not the character, the facade drops, where it's like all it takes is losing like one or two games or no, like yeah, one game usually. I'll play Rainbow. This guy will say all this stuff. They'll try to like get sociable, all this, talk about friendship, online friends, all that, whatever. Seems like a cool dude. And then we lose the game, and then they just fucking trip out. They'll like snap on everyone, all this shit. And then yeah, okay, I can understand if the game made you feel that bad or whatever, or like me. One of the things I'll say, and it's fucked up because I'll kind of be like, yo, I play these games, and to be honest with you, I don't always like sweat. Sometimes I just kind of play maybe to like experiment, try something, practice something. I kind of maybe come in with a specific goal, like I want to try to like do these kinds of maneuvers, or in the context of Siege, maybe I want to try this op or whatever. And then like it would kind of hamper my performance because I'm doing something atypical to what me trying to do like my optimal shit. Like, oh, I could just play Ash, play entry frag, and then do my thing, and then I'll do that over and over a billion times, and that's why I'm good at it. But no, this time I kind of want to try to play like a planter type, like maybe a fucking like a fucking hard breach, bring in smokes with glass or some shit. Like something I want to like, cause I'm bored, right? I'm like trying to play the game and try to spice the game for myself. And then sometimes I don't have the energy where I'm like, some days I play bad too, bro. Like, that's another thing too. And then there be people where it's like the minute I fuck up, they like throw me under the bus. They like go hard on me for no fucking reason. And it's like the cat's out of the bag type of thing. And then all of a sudden, all of those like interpersonal type of interactions, they'll just go back on all of them, basically. They'll talk shit. If I ever confide anything in them, like tell them a little something personal, they'll diss that. They'll diss this. They'll try everything in their fucking power to vent their anger and then use me as a fucking catalyst, or my friends or whoever as a catalyst, and just really make a bad show for themselves. And then they'll disappear, and then they'll come back, and then they'll be all sorry and apologetic, and then I'll bring them back in, and then they'll do it again, and then again, and then again, and then again, and then again. And this is in the context of not streaming. Okay, so now that I am streaming, it, dude, I don't, bro. You want to make a fool of yourself on a VOD that's gonna be like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's gonna be more strict. It's gonna be more vetted. It's gonna be more like a higher, bar kind of like, And then I'm like really trying to play with people that are more mature or more like Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then even then, I'd rather just play by myself. If anything, it's the volatility of human interaction online, especially in the context of shooting games, is unremarkable, bro. It's just there's nothing like it. It's everyone really is just here for themselves, and then everyone here they want to talk a big game like, oh, they're like so good, they want this rank, but they just don't have a good team. It's like, bro, I could get any rank I want without a team. It doesn't fucking matter. It's like that. All you're telling me is you are not superstar material, or you're not in any sort of way like able to uh put it on yourself. Oh, maybe they could. They just don't want it because it'd be easier to just kind of do like the freeloader effect. And like I've had, bro, Rainbow Six sort of showed me all sorts of different kinds of people that are like try their best to be nice to me and try their best to be friendly with me because they deep down understand that if they even initially start off negative, I probably wouldn't want to play with them. So they try to fake it to at least get in, and it's happened so many times in so many different ways. I've likened it so many times to like I was talking to my friend about this. It's like I feel like I'm a fucking tiger in the cage sometimes. Like I'm literally just here for show for them, and like I'm just here to get them a rank or some shit, or I'm like here to win for them. And then if I want to deviate because I'm bored and I'm trying to have fun, or I'm trying to like experiment, or I'm like trying to do some dumb shit, or sometimes I'll be trying to teach a friend and my friend is not that good. So it's like, okay, I'm tolerant of that. I'll dual queue with that person. I'll take 80 L's. I don't give a fuck. I'm more interested in just like, but then that other person that like wants to play, all of a sudden they can't even vibe. They can't even like, and then they'll try to create situations where like I have to get rid of them. I have to oh, we're trying to win. We're trying to, I'm like, bro, I don't do survival stacks. If I did survival stacks and I was the determiner of who stayed and who goes, not only is that fucked up, and not only is that like not really conductive to any sort of real team play, but you would be out, my friend. Like, you know what I mean? You would be the one gone. So why do that to yourself? But like the only context I was interested in for playing a team is like a team of 5 friends. And if you're not friends, you were at least willing to play in a context where it's like you're gonna try to get to know these people. It's not like you have to be best friends or like start fucking drinking alcohol together or some shit. Go out for like Friday nights. It's like no, it's just like you have to be civil enough. You have to be I don't want to say likable, like personable enough. Like, like you're not gonna be stepping on people's toes, saying all this passive aggressive shit. You're not gonna be saying you're like people think everyone else is so much stupider than them, especially the younger crowd, like the people like fucking in their teens and their early 20s. It's like they can't not be obnoxious. They can't not be toxic. They can't not be edgy. They can't not be inappropriate. Like, and then we're talking about shooting games, right? So it's like amplified like a motherfucker. So it's like with streaming also, it's like definitely uh a bit more like the bar is a bit higher because it's like, yeah, I don't really want to show y'all that. Like y'all already know that that's how it's like for yourselves. People that actually play these games by themselves, or they've had a dabbled here and there, you already know how these people are. It's like, so why the fuck would I want that on my stream and then just deal with like kind of drama and shit? So usually I either solo, and then I solo and I take a lot of free reign and liberty to mute people whenever they like offend, sort of thing. And then the other alternative is building a team. And then if I try to build a serious team to like go and comp and like try to get a high rank, it's very, very, very difficult. It's something I've only succeeded to do like marginally, or like not in the like it was never fully realized because uh almost always, no matter what, it's like someone will butt heads with someone, and then they'll kind of come to me like I'm supposed to basically like exile them or some shit, or like basically the whole team morale will constantly get thrown out the window, even if you let like a couple of days go by and then you play again and shit. It's like all it takes is like some wrong comment or some wrong or like some sort of fucking snark from one of those people, and then boom, they're just popping off again. And it's like, yeah, that it's not about the game anymore. It's not about having fun anymore. It's not about friends playing with friends anymore because these guys are not friends. And then one guy's not friends with me, that's for sure. And then this guy's not friends with me, that's for sure. And they're just really just trying. Everyone's just trying to use each other for rank. Like glory chasing's a real thing. Uh, fucking obsession with like self-esteem correlated with rank is a real thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like self-worth, self-esteem. And like honestly, sometimes the people that are like that, maybe more often than not, like let's say more than 50%, the people that are like that actually don't have it in them themselves to actually be like that good. So it's just kind of like a one of those kind of truths, you know what I mean? And there's like nothing I'm interested in doing about it, and there's nothing I can do about it, or like that's worth doing anything about it. And it's just like ultimately I usually just go on my own. Like I'm more of like a what do you call it? Like a lone wolf type. Not really a lone wolf type, because I don't know. It's like I can default to myself and I'll be fine. And then those people, when they default to themselves, they aren't fine, and then they quit the game. They get angry or whatever, and like like, no, I can play the game fine, bro. Even if bad things happen, it's like that. These are people I don't give a fuck about. It's like some random dude across the fucking planet, who like thinks they know me, or I like whatever. It's like I don't care. It doesn't really matter. Like, don't worry, the match is gonna be over. We're never gonna hear from each other again, sort of thing. It's okay. But when I think a lot of people realize how I operate, they try to phone in basically the dynamics. Now that I'm streaming, sort of thing, it's like maybe if I collab with another streamer, sort of thing, like play with another streamer, at least since the other streamer is also streaming, they're kind of held to some sort of standard to behave. You know what I mean? Like not to go too far off the rails. And then even then, there's people that stream all the fucking time that are like that. But like at least for me, and like if I think about myself as like a brand, it's like that's not really my vibe either, bro. Like you won't really see me trip out or get like mad and shit like when I play these games. If I do get mad, it's because of people, not really because of the game. If the game was just quiet and like I'm getting shit on or whatever, and just I'll just be like, oh, I'll get frustrated and just like whatever. Or maybe I won't even get frustrated, but it's like it's not gonna get me to like delete the game and rage quit and whatever. I'm not really the type to do that. That being said, I reserve the right to do that if the game's that bad. But it's just I don't know. Like you want it, you go get it. And when you're like me, some of these things aren't really worth putting like your skin on the line. Kind of like a rank is nothing. It is like legit. It doesn't even indicate too much of your skill, especially considering certain games. There's so many ways to manipulate to get to a rank, boosting, smurfing, whatever. Like you know what I mean? Or like playing with like tagging along with someone else who's like this or that, whatever. I've had more interest once upon a time, rather than ranking up, more like coaching and mentoring people like aspiring players that want to play better. But even that's like, bro, a lot of these people are fucked up. Like, like it probably more people than not are they're in a position where they verbalize that they want all these things, but nothing about their actions indicate to me that they're gonna do it. They don't practice, they don't do their research, they don't internalize anything they learn. When I tell them something, it's always like questioned or belittled. It's like weird, bro. Like in Siege specifically, I specifically remember someone where it's like they're basically like putting me on a pedestal because of like my stats and my rank. And then they're so friendly. They overheard me say something like me going on this sort of tangent with someone else. So they kind of heard that and then they started trying to be all friendly and whatever. And then anytime they fuck up, doesn't matter. If they fuck up in the game, doesn't matter. If they fuck up in terms of like interpersonal, like other people that coming and going, like they fight with this person, say all this fucked up shit to that person. It's like whatever, right? But if I ever do it, it's like zero tolerance, no whatever. And then in the same way, the people that put you on pedestals are also not receptive to what you have to say. It's the weirdest thing ever. You know what I mean? Like these are there's like a element of ego because basically it's like, look, dude, if I wanted to be a basketball player and Michael Jordan was trying to tell me some shit, it's like I'd probably listen. right? You know what I mean? And I'm not saying like I or anyone I play with was like on that kind of level. We're not at all. But it's like I'm of a certain level and this person's of a certain level and there is a reasonable gap and I know it and they know it, but their ego won't let them truly like what's the word, submit? Or like they don't really make themselves good mentees or students because they want me to basically excuse every single sense of their lack of growth or slow growth or whatever. And then they also don't want to have to listen to anything I have to say. They just want me to kind of be there, just winning when they're failing for them. And it's like, oh, okay, so that's not a real like dynamic where I can help you. You know what I mean? It's like basically anytime anyone tries to say anything to you, and it's not, you could say, oh, it's how you must have said it or whatever. It's like, no, I could easily be talking to someone else saying all this information about the game and like we'll have a bunch of talks about the meta and stuff, and that person could just be there listening and like they'll rebuttal or go against every single thing I say or like correct every single thing I say, and like basically I'm wrong and they're right. And then it's like, oh, okay, so like what do you need me for? Like, how does it go from one thing to another thing like that? It's like that in 1 minute they like want to play with me because I'm like apparently better than them, and then in another minute it's just like, oh no, you can't be better than me because you're saying all these things I disagree with, and I think I know better. So it's like, okay, so then why did you need to like, you know, try to create this dynamic and then basically completely reject it when it's convenient for you and then accept it when it's convenient for you, like, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, there's not much I can do, and then ultimately what happens is they stay where they stay and I go do whatever the fuck I do. You know, if I want to get better, that's up to me. So I'll either get better with or without them, doesn't matter, and then I'll either stay the same because I don't care or I'll get worse because I stop playing. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of like ultimately I apply it to games like shooting games, sure. I apply it to anything competitive. I can transfer it to even something like YouTube and shit. It's like, look, someone can easily come in and just like, oh yeah, this is wrong. How do you have so much videos? Your banner looks ugly. Your logo looks ugly. Your name just doesn't flow off the tongue. It's like, yeah, like I don't know. And these are all the reasons why you suck, Alvi. And these are all the reasons why you won't be big. And you won't be big as me or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, like keep that energy, bro. Like, you know what I mean? It's like the people that fixate on other people like that, it's like usually they kind of keep themselves in that position and then they just kind of point at everyone, like, you know what I mean? Like, and they don't move. They're not gonna move because they're too busy trying to uh essentially trying to satiate their ego. And it's funny because people say I have like a big ego or whatever. It's like, dude, it's like, do people even understand how egos work or like the nature of ego? It's like everyone has an ego. It's like it could be unfound or like found, justified, unjustified, warranted, unwarranted. It is people with really low self esteem with a non existent ego, and they're worried about people with healthy egos who tame their shit, who build competence, who have reasonable reasons to believe that they should be able to talk about this or that or whatever, or believe in themselves or whatever. So I could be like, yeah, I think I'm good at this game. Not the best, obviously not. You know, I think I'm average to above average. It's like, oh, you're like, it's like you too egotistical. It's like, what do you think I'm that shit that like it's so fucking misrepresented when I said, like, you know what I mean? It's like, no, it's like you're just basically trying to be an asshole in the process of trying to basically boost your ego in a superficial vain way by putting me down. It's like, yeah, good luck with, let's see how sustainable that is, because it isn't. You know what I mean? People like that is like they crack really easy. When actual people who know what they're fucking talking about and people who actually gone out there and like actually like put their vision and realized it, it's like you can't ultimately, like, deep down inside a lot of these people might realize it too. Sometimes they're delusional, they don't really, you can't really say much or do anything to say, but like ultimately it's like it'll be to everyone else's perception and up to everyone else to judge. But it's like if you feel these ways about me or whoever I bring or like whatever, and to some extent they're right sometimes too, right? Like one of the people I play with pretty egotistical, like they don't put in the work, they don't really do anything to improve. They have good games sometimes and most of the time they're in middle of the ground, and whenever bad things happen, they blame everyone else, and whenever good things happen, they take all the credit. And whenever someone else does something good, they somehow find a way to take credit from that too. So they don't really appreciate other people's performances, and they don't let people excel. And I've played with people that are like casual gamers. They don't have any interest in ranking up, but I kind of I'm like, yo, come play rank. Like, who cares, bro? It's like, yo, if anyone's mean to you, I'll fucking beat. Like, I'll defend you. All this shit. I'll be like, like I'll play with like a 5 stack, and like two of them are not really like good at shooting games and all that. And it's like, yeah, like you're not gonna get better if you don't play. So we'll play casual playlists, rank playlists. It's like if you want to get good really fast, or you want to at least get like some kind of resistance, because sometimes casual is like not really a good indicator of anything, and you're not gonna learn anything. So yeah, you just play rank. You just play rank like it's casual. Let's just be real. And if it's a 5 stack and you can get all five of them to kind of agree that this is the vibe, who cares if we lose, sort of thing. Because I can understand if you go in with randos who are like more serious and whatever. So I even try to control for that, and I'll play with these people, and then it'd be a giant mismatch if I bring like certain people in, and then it's kind of like, oh yeah, it's like we got to drop this person. I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna drop this person, bro. Like I want to play with them today. I said I was gonna play with them, and it's more about me wanting to play with them in like a online friend context, as opposed to me trying to like ruthlessly build a team that's gonna give me the best odds at winning every match to get me at rank. That's how they are, and there's a big mismatch there usually. So it's like, all right, cool. A large part of the reason why I stopped playing shooting games is because no matter where I go, or no matter who I play with, it seeps in, because that's just the name of the game. It's just how people are. I've tried to build my own teams, and it goes well for a decent amount of time, but it's almost always undermined by someone. And it's just like, even me trying to stream, it's like I wouldn't even want to like showcase that kind of aspect of gaming. It's just constant reminder to everyone else why the fuck they don't want to play online. It's like, yeah, I don't blame you. It's like the domain of like some real loser shit. I don't really know how else to put it, you know? And it's like, if you can see past that element, what the game offers is usually pretty like fun. Like the stress I feel from a game setting obstacles in front of me, setting challenges in front of me, putting me against players that are better than me, that are like giving me a run for my money, challenging me to do better, challenging me to be better, challenging me to adapt and figure out and like learn and all that stuff. It's like, that's stressful, but it's a good kind of stress, because it's like a stress where it's like you got to problem solve and overcome obstacles. And just because you feel stressed because of that doesn't mean it's inherently a bad thing. But the stress I feel because of other people just acting like a fool, people venting their anger, being completely like toxic motherfuckers online and stuff. That's like a really hard to that's a kind of stress that's hard to kind of alleviate or really be okay with, because it's like literally all you need to do is just not play with those people, or like remove that element, or mute this person or whatever. Or if you don't want too much randos, because most of the communities like that, it's like if you rank up, the higher rank you go, you'll probably see less of that to an extent, but you'll find a different kind of egotistical player or toxic kind of player. But it doesn't matter, you can't like really truly run from it, you know what I mean? But it's like, I don't know, I thought I see more of an appeal of like if you see like the streamers I watch, like look at like the streamers I watch over here. Well, you can't even see it. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Um, the streamers I like aren't even like these pro players that are like fucking killing everyone, all the shit. The streamers I like are people that are just playing games for fun, and they're like chill, and they play with their friends, and they're all just having a good time. And then some of them pop off, and then that makes it even better and funner and whatever, and it's just like a highlight. And then when things go bad, they're all like not turning on each other, and like, you know what I mean? Like, those are the kind of people I would play with any day of the fucking week. Like, yeah, win or lose, I don't care. It's like, that's like, because you're really trying to have a good time in the context of the game. It's like, if you're trying to play something, and then at the first sign of failure, people are gonna say every single fucking possible thing they can to hurt your feelings, or offend you, or like ruin your day, or ruin your mood, or uh, they're gonna fucking stalk you, hound you, spam you with messages, try to dox you. Like, I've been doxed before. It's fucking lame shit, bro. It's like, You're really gonna you're gonna commit a crime because you're gonna commit a crime because you're mad at me or whoever the fuck was on my team, and then like they invite us to a party and they IP grab or some shit. I don't know how the fuck that happened. I can't remember, but I have a bunch of ideas. But it's just kind of like is taking gaming in such a personal sense that they're willing to go so far, and that's like, yo, how the hell do you have the so you're willing to go far and do that, but you're not willing to go far and get better at the game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just it doesn't make sense to me, and like I stopped trying to make sense of it because it's not really something worth making sense of. If that makes sense. Like these people are insufferable in and out of the game. They're usually by themselves with no friends because they they probably can't sustain it. Like, you know what I mean? Like it won't last long. Eventually the whatever persona they try to put, whatever front they try to put would crack once they don't get what they want, and then basically they'll just turn on everyone. And there's you can forgive them and all that, whatever, but we're talking about like the people I'm thinking of when I say this are like people that won't let up. Like fucking kids. Like immature shit. And it's like it really you can tell really what they're here for is like their rank and shit. So it's like, okay, like I don't need to play. I could play against you, and you maybe you'll win. Who knows? Then they'll verify everything about. Oh yeah, I don't need you guys. You guys definitely suck. Like that is good. Keep that energy, bro. You know, like that's like a bad takeaway because that's just like all egocentric type of shit. But yeah, anyways, I'm like going on tangent about all sorts of subjects. I don't want to play games. I don't fucking. Know. But yeah, for me, the truth for me is like I fell out of love with gaming probably more so because of multiplayer game experiences, not really single player game experiences. I don't think I've played a single player game and it's like, yo, this is so fucked up. I can't even do this. So boring. Or it's microtransaction. I didn't care. Like the microtransaction stuff or buggy games. Like those are the kinds of things that could probably deter someone from playing games and kind of falling out of love with it. But it's like no, the thing for me was like the shooting game environment. It's like people are like internet gangsters, like they're acting like the fucking line of their pride is drawn digitally on those games and shit. It's like, you know what I mean? And it's like someone like me who's like just I'm like an OG, bro. I've been doing this because I actually really find that shit fun. I find it addicting. When I triumph, it's great. When I fail, it's like a teachable moment type of thing. And then it's just like it made me have a certain kind of mindset that when I went to school, a kind of interconnected. When I went to like do this job or whatever, it's like I'm like thinking along those lines. It's like, yeah, if I could do this, I could do anything. And I go in the game, it's like, yo, this is a game. It's not rocket science. It's just a fucking rank. I'm playing against kids or like fucking people that don't put in the same kind of work that I'm willing to put in. So technically speaking, if I put in enough work, I should be fine. And then I've proven to myself time and time and time and time again that yeah, it's that simple and it does work and I do get what I want, sort of thing. So it's like okay, cool. So like now I'm just kind of chilling, just trying to have the fun out of it. But it's like I play with people that I guess maybe they haven't found that for themselves. That like kind of like uh is enlightenment the word? The confidence. The like that kind of confidence. It's like, you know, and then people look at me and they'll misinterpret the confidence as arrogance because maybe I'll do shit. And it's like, oh, this guy's just all talk. He just, you know, talks big. I'm like, all right, cool. It's like, you know, it's like a sample size of one. What do you want me to say? If I played shit like for 70 games straight, then like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, no, I'm hot and cold just like other people. It's just maybe my cold isn't as cold as other people. So ultimately, I have like a bit of a nicer, higher baseline. But it's not like I was born out the womb like that. It's like, no, it took work. It's like you just weren't there for the work. And then I've been gaming longer than most people too. And I put in a lot of hours and all this energy and all this effort. And I used to fucking train and practice and stuff too. It's like these are things I don't see people do. I see people winging. They don't even warm up, bro. I play Valo. Nobody warm up. No, nobody does warm ups. Sorry, not even Valo. Siege. Like before, I used to like warm up every single time when I played a game. These guys, they're so. I don't want to say egotistical. Some of them are egotistical about it, where it's like they don't think they need a warm up. They're just gonna go and they're just fucking crush everyone. It's like, yeah, then we face a team that did do warm ups, or they've been playing way longer, way more, so they have all they're warmed up, and then they'll basically just get crushed, and then they just can't handle it. And another thing is like, um, sometimes it's weird. Sometimes the people that want the most do the least, if that makes sense. They'll only play one Valo game. They lose if we win, we'll keep playing. If we lose, I'm out. I'm like, okay. Or they'll lose and then they'll think we're the problem, so they'll go play by themselves, or they'll go play with other people, or some ridiculous shit. One time it's like, oh, I don't want to play with you because it's like I will basically take from their kills and then basically limit the opportunities for them to get better. I'm like, really? But if you play randoms and the randoms are better than you, it's literally the same thing. People don't even realize to even be able to get, like, if I'm front of the line and I'm getting kills and I get all the kills to the point where everyone on defense in Siege, I'm talking about Siege, they're like, everyone in Siege is just on site, OBJ just waiting, and they don't get any of the kills because I'm literally killing all. Let's just say I just ace everyone, and then it's a 4-0 and we're done. It's like, yeah, you'd have a point there, I guess. Like, you know what I mean? But it's like, the truth is, no. Most of the time, it's like I'll do front of the line, and then maybe I'll do really well, and then the next round I'll die maybe after one kill, and then the rest is up to you. Those are your opportunities right there. It's like, I'm not, and then the inverse, the reverse of that is maybe I'm on OBJ, like, playing on site, and they're out there. They die right away, and then all of them come to me, and then I pick 1, 2, 3 off, and then maybe I lose. And then I'm like racking up kills just based on that. It's like wherever they come to me, I'm like winning those fights or whatever. That literally has no bearing on whether the other person's getting kills or not. Just think about it. Is it just so for someone to say that, it's like it's just a bullshit reason. So it's like there's this idea called locus of control, like how you basically attribute the fault or blame of things. So internal locus of control and external locus of control. External locus of control is, oh, I didn't get a good grade because my professor has something, he's out to get me. So you're blaming outside sources for why the outcome is the way it is. And then internal locus of control is, oh, I didn't get good grades because I fucked around and I didn't study or didn't get good sleep. It's like you're giving something where it's controllable, even if the internal locus of control is wrong, like they're being too hard on themselves. Like, oh yeah, I know you're saying you didn't study much, Alvi, but let's be real, that exam was really hard and the professor was kind of unfair with he didn't even none of his lectures or the textbook materials really truly prepared us for it. Even then, in that situation, the external locus of control viewpoint is inferior to the internal locus of control. That's why like perfectionism is a harmful thing potentially, because it basically makes the person try to do everything by themselves, and then they have low self-esteem because they're hard on themselves essentially. But when you compare their output to someone else who is external locus of control, that guy, though they may think they're a failure, on paper they're getting like a 3.9 GPA but not a 4.0 GPA, and it's like to everyone else it's like, yo, that's fucking impressive. Like, you know what I mean? It's like the the mindset works the mindset works better in the long run overall, even if it's like detrimental to an extent. That's what's interesting about that. And if you could do internal locus of control in a fair way, where it spares your self-esteem and it's like real proper assessments, or you can kind of be like this. You can do a bit of both. You can kind of be like, oh, here's all these external potential variables that like might have affected my ability to achieve this goal, and then here's all these internal reasons that are about me. It's like, well, you to some extent you can control the external ones, and for most of the time you can control the internal ones. And it's like you should start inwards and then focus outwards. You know what I mean? And when you talk about these games, it's like, y'all want to talk egos, bro? It's like I am as good as I am because of the work I put in. And even then, I'm not the best. If I wanted to be the best, it would require me to actually start putting more work. I can't play these other games. I can't play Final Fantasy. That's why I'm like, a large part of the thing is I don't want to juggle these games and a shooting game, because it will take away from my competitive capabilities if I juggle the game. The truth is, I should basically catch up, then stick to a game. And then that's another thing. I'm jumping games from Rainbow to Valo to whatever. That doesn't really help, but it's fine enough for me because I think I can play good to a certain bare minimum game hopping amongst shooting games. But it doesn't help that I'm changing genres and not using my mouse. I'm using a controller for one, and my mouse aim is not the greatest. It's like with PC mouse aiming and making my sends the same on every game. At least I transfer a bunch of muscle memory that way. So if I ever like train my aim up and stuff, at least I can jump game to game and have a little bit of retention there. But it's ultimately like if I really want to be the best in Valo, I have to stop playing all of these games and play Valo full time. Not even full time, more than full time, like And then I have a bit of a catch up to do. So there'd be like it's not working smart or hard, it's working smart and hard. And that's what I'll have to do. And then like I don't really care enough to do it, at least not right now. I'm not spurred on to do it. So like I understandably, I am in no position or place to expect myself to go in Valo and then completely curb stomp fucking diamonds and immortals and radiant. Like who the fuck do I think I am? Right? Like that's an inappropriate kind of response. I would have to start working hard to basically close that gap. But a more egocentric, egotistical type of player, and there are a lot of them, is they're silver their whole fucking career with or without a stack. This is just an extreme dumb example, but it's pretty on point because there's a lot of players like this anyways. It's like they won't do anything to improve themselves. They're so convinced the reason why they are the way they are is because the teammates. Shifting blame, shifting blame, and that person goes hand in hand. First sign of failure, it's because of like someone picking a wrong op or whatever. And then they don't really understand odds or statistics. They don't really understand how much of an impact or how little of an impact a choice makes. So like I played Valo at gold and silver level, and this guy fucking freaked out, bro. Like like his baby died or some shit. Dude was so pissed because we picked certain ops, and then it's like, oh, we need this or we need this, and I'm like, yo, honestly, bro, I didn't even say this to him. I was just like in my head, my honestly, bro, it's like we're in a rank where there's so much volatility and variability in the skills that come here, and you have Smurfs kind of capitalizing. So you have people that are just ridiculous on the aim front, game sense front, IQ, all that shit, whatever strategy. Just they're just used to like and then you're so predictable to these higher level players too. That's another thing. So yeah, you're gonna get smoked. So all you can really do is learn from them and try to gauge that difference and see what they're doing and try to get better. But no, this person's just like, nope. The reason why we're losing is because you didn't pick smokes or you didn't pick initiator or you didn't pick this character when I told you to pick this character. And it's like that person who didn't pick this character that he told to pick this character could literally go and drop so much kills. And I know kills aren't everything and kills aren't the whole be all end all or whatever. But in the context of a game like Valorant, in the rank that I'm in, having better aim is way more better than trying to build a team comp. Especially building a team comp with 4 randos. It's like you have no synergy, and then honestly, bro, you have no real right to kind of like expect someone to do that, and then if they don't, you have to basically give them a whole fucking show for the rest of the game now that you're locked in with them. And then on top of that, in specifically Valorant, I don't see it as much in Rainbow compared to Valorant because like in Rainbow, people will give up maybe halfway through the game, sort of thing. Valorant, people give up in the first 2 fucking rounds, and it baffles me. It's like the level of baby shit that I've seen in Valo is like unparalleled compared to Rainbow. And it makes sense. Valorant's much longer too, so the time investment really pisses people off because they feel like they're stuck with unwinnable odds. But to for there's a difference between speculating that our odds of winning are much lower because I didn't and then they overstate those odds. That's the real issue, and that's because they're not skilled. They don't actually know that if you don't pick these, it's actually not like it doesn't turn 80-20 to fucking 40 fucking 60. It's like no, it's actually like a marginal hit, like 5 to 10% if I were to throw a percentage of it only matters the higher up you go, then you can make a claim like that, because at that point everyone's aiming well, everyone's picking meta picks, everyone's formulating some sort of team, and even then they're not, especially in the context of public ranked games and stuff. Like you could coordinate it, and if you don't, it's not the end of the world. You still could technically win. It's like ranked isn't professional play. Okay, it never will be. It never can be. It just doesn't make sense. Professional play is five people who all know each other, know their roles beforehand for the most part, and they're all goaded. So it's like think of the best player you can think of, and imagine five players of that caliber versus five players of the same caliber on the other team. It's like there's a lot of canceling out that happens. There's a lot of things that would play out in rank that wouldn't play out in the same way in pro league because of those kind of factors being present. And then team synergy is another thing too. Just knowing who you're playing with. It's like you can't get that same effect at all in randoms. Every single game you play is a new person. Even if you do happen to match up with someone again, it, to build that kind of synergy, we're talking about playing like 50 plus games or some shit. And that 50 is just a random number. I just mean a lot. Just play a lot. And then if you have good chemistry, that could be shortened, sure. But in the context of Valo, where everyone avoids 5 stack and they at most duo or trio queue, or if any dual queue is the most common, it seems like it's like, oh, okay, like you can build synergy with your one friend, and even then you won't do it. You know, there's a lot of dual queues that you would think that they play religiously together. It's like no, there's always one person that does not know how to play off other people. It's like if you can do both, where you can do your own thing, which is what I do. I mostly just do my own thing, but I know how to play off other people, and it's really easy for me to just basically submit myself to someone who's definitely doing better. They're more hot than me, like they're on fire, they're popping off. It's easier for me to submit to them in that sense and try to play off them there, as opposed to the start of the game where I'm trying to figure out if I got it in me to be that type of person for the team. But it's just I don't have time to lecture each and every single person when I play like ranked, and I don't have time to fight people each and every single time I play ranked. And ultimately, like because of the way things change for me, I guess I would say, yeah, because of the way things changed for me, it ultimately just did not seem worth it. Cheating just fucking everywhere, so that's like a big thing. And then the people I play with, a lot of the people I play with are not in the same mindset as me, or they don't handle like failure in the same kind of way. And like ultimately, team morale is a big thing that's generally speaking overlooked. Uh, the guy that tries to throw the game 2 rounds in because we didn't pick the character he wanted us to pick, is basically guaranteeing close to 0% odds of winning by throwing from round 2 and onward. So it's kind of ironic. It's ironic. It's self-fulfilling prophecy of the highest order, because they could have just left it be, and then we probably could have, because what if none of us play those characters to be familiar and comfortable? It makes more statistically speaking, it makes more sense, and especially in the gold, silver, platinum rank, bro. Like, come on, this is average. All right, it makes more sense to get everyone on characters that they're comfortable with. That'll maximize the odds of their output, even if it's detrimental in a bigger picture role sense. We're not pro players; it's not a pro team, and we're also not high ranked players where the be all end all differentiator is not like aim. It's the be all end all differentiator is team comp, strategy, tactics, that sort of thing. We're in average level rank where it doesn't really matter and it can go either way. And this dude is so convinced that because we didn't choose it the same way those higher level players are choosing it and copying those strats and copying those templates, it's like guaranteed a loss. So what do? They guarantee the loss themselves by sabotaging. And it's like, okay, cool. Like that is for sure. And then that is for sure the reason why you are the rank you are and whatever and all that shit. And then ultimately, it's like all you can do is just move on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like I'm going to see that person again. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe I could, but like, catch people in different moods. Maybe someone somewhere down the line picks the right character and that guy doesn't trip out. But it's a lot of times it seems like a time waste to me, especially when the alternative is I can be playing these fun games. You know what I mean? So in the context of multiplayer games, I used to play a shit ton of casual modes. So I would have like let's say 2,000 plus hours in Siege's casual mode, but I would have 1,500 plus hours in Siege's ranked mode. But it's like I'll go back and forth, and like I'll meet people in the casual, and I'll play with them in casual terms and stuff. And then ranked, I'll meet people that and then I have friends that are like about that life, and I tried building teams and to some degree of success here and there, and Some attempts were way better than the others, and some attempts were pretty mediocre. But uh, as we grew up and as time, the game got stale and stuff, and then as cheating and stuff like that kind of came more and more into play, a lot of people lost interest, or a lot of people just, don't have the belief that we can win or whatever. So it's just like, not only did the games became less fun, but the goals and stuff became corrupt, and then um the person the experience with the people, because at the end of the day, if you get shit on and then you're getting cheated on, right, at least you can still try to have a fun time with your fun time with the boys sort of thing. But when I didn't even have that, because everyone's kind of treating it like it's a job, and it's like, oh, I don't have time, I have work tomorrow, so we better be winning these. It's like, don't play the game, bro. Just quit and just go play something else that respects your time and gives you the the dopamine boost and the self-esteem boost and the ego boost. So go play these games where it's all down to you in a single player game, right? It's down to you whether you beat the hard mode in a single player game. So if you get your rewards there, then at least you're not harming anyone else and ruining anyone else's experience. And then ultimately, so for me, the shooting games, it's like I can solo it, and it'll take longer than if I try to build a team, because obviously building a team is way more effective in the long run. It's more efficient. But to find people that even want to play ball in that sense, it's like, dude, Gen Z. I don't even want to say it's Gen Z. It, I'm not gonna throw Gen Z under the bus, but it's the typical player is they don't have it in them. That's just all it really is. The typical player just does not have the faculties, the mental faculties to actually triumph and whatever. They want it easy. They want it easy, but they want it to make it look hard. So like, at least the triumph looks so fucking real and so legit. So it's like, I don't know, just picture the kid who beats a champion because the champion is dicking around, but the kid doesn't realize that he's dicking around. So it's like, oh yeah, I beat this guy. That must mean I can beat champion. I was right all along. The only reason I'm fucking gold is because, you know, the fucking my friends I play with, or fucking the team or whatever. Like, it's like, I, maybe you're right, man. But it's like the only way you're gonna prove that is if you actually like fucking look out for it, I guess, and try to test it. But it's not like these people have the diligence to even try to do that. And besides, that's a waste of time, anyways. But yeah, it's just streaming is going to be one of those things that's like going to help me filter out a lot of the bad aspects of pretty much gaming, period, but more so on the multiplayer side of things, because it's like I kind of have like a really strong reason to definitely be like, I don't know if the phrase is above board, but definitely have like a higher standard for like how I kind of approach it, or like a low higher, not higher levels of tolerance, a lower levels of tolerance when it comes to like dealing with that stuff, and to the point where it's like, don't deal with it, it's a waste of time. And just like, for the sake of keeping a clean stream and just entertaining people and whatnot, it's probably going to end up where it's just going to boil down to me and anyone that really wants to uh genuinely sincerely want to play with me on those kinds of terms where it's healthy for everyone. It's you you filter out the unnecessary stresses, and then you're just left with the healthy source of stress, which is basically just you in the game and the game being hard, and not like the fucking drama that people like to bring in and shit. Like, honestly, the kinds of internet arguments I heard, man's like going personal, talking about how much money they make and shit. It's like some real loser territory shit. And it's just like, yeah, I just roll my eyes and like, yeah, it could make for content, not gonna lie, but it's usually not really, nowadays at least, because people can't even talk shit properly nowadays. Now all I hear people say is the same fucking lines, like, "Oh, I live in your head rent free," or they go edgy and think that that's like shock value jokes and stuff. It's like, I don't know, dude. It's like, I don't know. It's not really like, I don't play Rainbow or Valorant or shooting games because I look forward to that, if that makes sense. It's like, that's just like a fucking side effect because all of these people just came in this game, especially since Valorant is free too. It's like so much people could just be on that game, just grinding it, doing whatever. Uh, not that being free to play has too much to do with it, but I have noticed that the best community I've come across is coincidentally the one you have to pay monthly for, which does filter out probably uh most of the undevoted, uncommitted, and most of the kids. You know, Final Fantasy 14 is what I was talking about. Plus, if you pay money and then the moderation and stuff in that game is like much more serious and stuff, so it's like you can't really, you gotta watch how you act and watch what you say. But even games like Valorant seem to have a pretty good, competent reporting system, so it does filter out. Well, it doesn't really filter out per se, because it's like a Hydra. You cut off one head and another head grows back, sort of thing. But yeah, it's those games when the time comes, it's like I have to play them on my terms, especially for the sake of the stream, but also for my own sake. And we'll see. We'll see what happens when the time comes. I have a pretty good idea of how it's all going to play out because I've done solo stuff. It's not like I haven't played Siege. Like most of the time I play Siege by myself. I think at least casually I do. Yeah, yeah, casually most of the time I play by myself. But like in comp stuff, eventually I had teams for the most part. But like I don't even have that much of an interest trying to do that, to be honest. Maybe if it just yeah, it's no. I was gonna say maybe and put some fucking asterisk type of explanation, but nah. I actually don't think I have too much of an interest. I know I could do it by myself, so if I'm gonna be with people, I'd at least like good company. That's all. But yeah, I spent time sitting here talking about whatever. What I'm gonna do is fuck it. Me talking kind of kept me up, woke me up and shit. Okay, I'm gonna stop streaming and I might come back on later in a bit or later today. But we'll see. Uh yeah, we'll play Final Fantasy 3 and continue on and try to get that done. Move on to Final Fantasy 4. But yeah. I didn't know I was gonna go on a tangent and just start talking about stuff, but I felt like it. I could have been playing Final Fantasy 3, but I don't know. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also not looking forward to it. It's like a 50-50 thing. Cause once I'm caught up on the backlog, like the backlog isn't too bad. Especially if I'm gonna play it the way I'm playing it. But when the time comes, there's like certain games I'm not really looking forward to, and then other games I am. So like Tarkov has a massive cheating problem. So it's like even though I love that game and I'm like a novice and I felt like there's so much more I could do playing that game. Uh, it's like yeah, I'm not really sure if that's even gonna be a fun time until they figure that out, if they figure that out. And then games like Siege, it's like 50-50. The game's kind of played out for me in a lot of ways, but it's also addicting in a way. So like revisiting that might just be obligatory because like I just really enjoy the flow of the game. But like to try to go ranked and like try to be as good as I used to be, or even like reach new heights, reach a new peak, that sort of thing, it's not, not really the interest is not really there. But that interest does somewhat exist for a game like Valorant because out of all the games I played so far, that's the only one that takes its competitive integrity the most serious. So who knows? It sucks though because I don't really like Valorant the same way gameplay wise as Siege. Valorant is a much more simple game. It's funny to see uh such an aim centric game have everyone. It's funny how that works. So Rainbow, don't get me wrong, you need good aim for all these games ultimately, and you need good like strategy and tactics and all that shit. But in Siege, you would probably be better off focusing on the strategy and tactics concept side of things as opposed to focusing on getting better aim. But almost everyone in that community seems to focus and obsess over aim. And then conversely, in Valorant, you'd probably be better off focusing on getting better aim and reactivity and stuff. But it seems like most of the community is obsessed with focusing on tactics and like not really overall strategy, but tactics. And it's like kind of funny because it's like it's always inverse. It's always the fixation on the wrong component. because we're not talking about, I'm not saying Siege is like 20% aim and 80% like there's no, it's aim is a pretty important component, like especially since it's one shot headshots, but it's like people's fixation on, like, I'll put it this way. If you're really good at aiming in Siege, that's great and all, but a person who has the same level of aim as you but a little bit more strategy and tactical know-how will most likely beat you. But those same people would kind of like just be like, oh, it's because my aim is bad, because my aim is bad, because my aim is bad. And then they play like it's COD. They play aggressive. They don't play or think or whatever. Siege is a different game now, so what do I know? The meta shifted a bunch. It's more Call of Duty esque. And then on the flip side, Valorant is more tactics as opposed to strategy and overall strategy, and it's more of a Twitch. It's more of a like a Twitch shooter, in the same vein as CS:GO, where your aim does matter a lot. Like, you know what I mean? Like your reflexes and whatever. And it's kind of like it's aim first and then your toolkit and util secondary. Especially in the average, I'm not talking high level because I haven't even been high level, but it's really easy to speculate what matters there. But I'm talking about like your typical play for your typical player. In Siege, they fixate too much on aim, and then Valorant they fixate on like, oh, you gotta pick this. And I think it has to do with the blame shifting. Because in Siege, you do have blame shifting, don't get me wrong, but people are just kind of like, oh yeah, this if I aim this or that or whatever, because they're like they're worried about fragging so much. And Valorant, people are worried about fragging, don't get me wrong, but it's like the kinds of points of contention people have, at least in the games I've played, it was like because we didn't pick this or pick that, or I always hear this, we didn't pick smoke, so we can't do this or we can't do that. So honestly, bro, at the end of the day, if we even pick smokes and we push in and we have access to sight, y'all are just getting dropped by like flies because your aim sucks. Like you can't even capitalize on the gunfights, you know. And then everyone has access to the same guns, so it's like someone can buy a Vandal and all that stuff. In Siege, different operators have different guns, and there is some overlap. Like some operators have the same guns, but you are in situations where someone could have a superior fighting gun advantage. So then you can be like, oh yeah, if you know strategy and tactics, you can kind of offset that in a lot of ways. So you can play around it. Like think of like if you know there's a Montag, you're like, oh yeah, probably get a smoke. But like some people are not even thinking of that at all, and they're just so worried about picking the guy with the best gun. So everyone's picking Twitch. Everyone's picking Twitch. Everyone's picking FAMAS. And FAMAS is nerfed now, but they'll pick Twitch and they just try to frag out. They don't even use their drone to help like in any sort of strategic way. Get access to sight, hit the mirrors, fucking break util, whatever. And I don't. They change all that, so like I don't even know what the fuck Twitch drones can do nowadays. But still, it's like everyone's fixated on trying to just outright kill everyone because it's like Call of Duty now. And then Valorant, the game you would think is more fixated on that, is like no, they're fixated like it's on Siege. And then it's funny. I played COD, and that's the game where you want to run and gun and just all about kills. It's all about trying to get so much kills so fast. Those people are playing strategically. So what the fuck? Like I don't know. It's like everyone goes into the game and then they focus on like the uh they focus on the thing that if you improve it, it's not as efficient of an improvement as the other thing, if that makes sense. But anyways, I need to hop off. Yeah. Yeah, I've rambled long enough. We'll be back later. Who knows? Maybe I'll play a shooting game since I've been talking so much about it. But yeah, if y'all are here still, thank you for tuning in. Yada yada yada. I hope y'all have a good night and all that. Yeah, all that jazz. Um, I had fun to an extent talking about that stuff, but I had fun playing Final Fantasy 2. And I just hope that eventually I actually put enough time to get through all these games so I can actually probably play these shooting games. But for now, we got to keep chipping away because honestly, if I switch to shooting games now, there's a pretty good chance that I'll go through my backlog so slow that it's like, you know, I'd rather try to get that all out of the way and then just focus on grinding a shooting game. But who knows? It just depends on me. Y'all already seen me jump onto Siege randomly and stuff. Maybe I'll jump onto Valor randomly, but for all intents and purposes, there should be an order to this. It makes more sense to me, especially in the viewership sense too. If I focus on like really popular games, multiplayer wise, and also just latest releases, uh, that would probably help me grow even faster than what I'm currently doing. But then these things will get forgotten. So it's like I'd rather do these so they're not forgotten or they're not like shifted to the side. Even though I know it's not efficient and it's not like gonna help my channel grow. It's like no, I'm trying to create like a fucking like a portfolio on my channel so that in the future when I do go to those places that grow my channel would help grow my channel like these better games to stream. It's like yeah, okay, cool, they'll see my channel and they'll see all these other games and hopefully something will pique their interest because I also think there's like a whole new generation of shoot there's a whole new generation of gamers that they don't even know that gaming is not even just about this sort of stuff, and there's so much good games that like old and new, and there's so much different genres, there's so much that this medium has to offer other than competition in a shooting game. So it's like I don't know. Maybe if someone I know some people dabble, they branch out and stuff. If my channel could kind of pique people's interest, like they read a review of like Final Fantasy fucking 7, and then they give it a shot, or they look, or at least they watch my videos, and then they catch up in a sense, and then they might buy the new release or something. If I can make a new fan of like a single player series, then I think my job was done. Correct. Because and I say that specifically for some of these series, like they need more love. There's all these people playing these games and they're so stressed out. It's like, yeah, okay, if you're stressed out and you don't want to play Valorant, bro, you should have like a backup single player game. You know, and there's like all these cool franchises, and it's kind of hard because there's so much at this point that it's like hard to kind of narrow your focus onto what and what, and then also like the information about them might be all over the place. So it's like if someone comes and like my audience, they like my what I say, they feel like they have the same tastes, or maybe the way I present the information is in a way that's like compelling to them. But if I can do that in form of my reviews or even like the gameplays themselves, if I can make a new fan of like Legend of Heroes, for example, that's good news to me. But yeah, anyways, thanks for tuning in. I'll see y'all next time. Peace out.